morning.
Good morning.
Oh, goodness. All right, one more. All right, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Tuesday, August 15th, 2023 Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting. It's nice to have a day where it's not 110. I'm now calling the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
She's here just in the back.
Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
All right, thank you very much. Our invocation today will be led by Chaplain McDuffie. I'll lead us in the pledges of allegiance. Please rise for the invocation and pledges.
Let us pray. Fathers, once more and again, we just want to say thank you. Lord, we complain about heat, we complain about cold. But Lord, you gave us another day, and we ought to be thankful just for that.
Yes, yes.
And Lord, we just pray that you will keep us all, that you'll watch over us, you'll take care of us. Lord, even as we're working in the heat, even as we're walking in the heat, we know that you'll protect us. But Lord, we ask this day that there are a lot of sick, there's a lot of illness around us, and we just ask for your healing power today. Throughout this county, Lord, we need you. And then, Lord, we pray that you will continue to keep this court, that you'll watch over each and every commissioner, the judge, each and every law enforcement agency in this county, that you'll keep us all safe, and that you will empower us to do your will. And Lord, whatever we do, we pray that it bring glory unto you. We pray that it be the right decision that you rendered unto us. Now, Lord, we just ask your blessing upon this court this day. Keep blessing us, Lord. Bless each and every one of us that live in this county and thereabout. Lord, there's a lot going on. Our kids are going back to school, and we need prayer.
Yes.
It's not prayer on the campus, Lord, but it don't stop us from praying when we show up. It don't stop us from praying before we even get to school. So, Lord, let us keep our children first and foremost in our hearts, in our mind, in our thoughts.
Yes.
Lord, and we'll give you all the glory. We'll give you all the praise. It belongs to you.
Yes.
In Christ's name I pray and ask it all. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you. You may be seated. Next time, Chaplain, if you'll speak into the microphone so we can all hear you.
Well, sir, I thought I'd get back up by 3 or 4 more feet.
Mr. Manius, do we have any agenda announcements?
It's pretty tough following that, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you, Honored Members of the Court. We do have several announcements relating to our agenda today. First of all, we have a large number of audience participation forums, and it's over a variety of different topics on our court. I believe that we'll have that packet for you all in just a second. As it relates directly to the agenda itself, we can go to the purchasing department. And on item 8K4, this is bid number 2023-144. We are going to hold that until our next meeting.
K4?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Also on purchasing, and these we're going to hold, these are consent items. Item K13 31 and 32. We're going to ask that we hold those two items also until our next court meeting. And talking about court meetings, we have scheduled the next meeting for August 29th. I know that's the 5th Tuesday, but we've got a lot of material we need to bring to you all before the end of the fiscal year. So it's going to be a long meeting today, but we'll get through it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Announcements from the commissioners.
Yes, Your Honor, if I may. Yes. Precinct 1 will be sponsoring our 8th annual Healthy Lives Matter Alzheimer's Education Seminar this coming Saturday from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. This seminar is for health professionals that need CEUs, continuing education units. Those will be available to those health professionals that attend. But more than that, this seminar is for caregivers who are going through the Alzheimer's and dementia journey with loved ones. It's important that those caregivers know where community resources can be found, because it's incredibly difficult to walk that journey alone. So if you're caring for someone with Alzheimer's or one of the other various forms of dementia, come out on Saturday, 9 to 2, at the Trinity River campus of Tarrant County College. You will gain knowledge, and in addition, you'll gain both breakfast and lunch. This event is free to the public.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Brooks. Any other commissioner announcements?
I do. I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the facilities staff and team for the past several weeks over at Mansfield Sub-Courthouse. We have had sewage problems that never seemed to could get resolved. But I think you guys have gotten in there and resolved it, or at least put a big Band-Aid on it. And so I appreciate everybody, Mr. Amador, Willie, all of the entire team for taking care of that for us and our constituents, because we were absolutely hearing from them. It's not a lovely scent when it is wafting throughout your entire sub-courthouse. So thank you, guys.
All right, and the only other announcement, we have our Senior Synergy event, August 31st. Will Rogers, Amon Carter Exhibits Hall, free for all to attend. We will be serving lunch. There's entertainment, a band, a juggler. Larry Cole's going to be there signing books, talking about old Cowboys memories. So should be a good time for everyone. One announcement I'd like to make to everyone in the audience today, which is this is the government business meeting. So we will encourage people to speak. We will have an opportunity to ask people to speak who are not signed up to speak. We do ask everyone in the audience to be respectful of this room and the procedures. There's no clapping. We're glad for this, glad for that, hooping and hollering. Please be quiet while we go through the agenda and get every speaker up here we can. With that, we have one more.
A second announcement, I am over in Precinct 2. We are having our second town hall meeting, and that topic is John Peter Smith Hospital. So we will have Dr. Duncan and her team on August 24th at 6:30 p.m. So any and everything you would like to learn and understand about JPS, stop by. Again, it's August 24th at 6:30 at the Arlington Sub-Courthouse.
All right, thank you. Now we will move to approval of the minutes. Do we have any changes or a motion?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the minutes as presented. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, we have an abstention here. It's controversial minutes. Gary, you going to weigh in on this one? All right, passes unanimously. Next up, we have our consent agenda. We have the 2 changes to the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve consent?
So moved.
Second.
All right, motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, the consent agenda passes unanimously. Moving along.
Your Honor, Mr. Schaffner is going to do item A1 under the administrator section.
All right.
Before we get to that, could I ask, is there an IT tech in the room? Really, Mr. Manuel?
We'll get one from the back. Yes, sir. Here we go.
I can't find the agenda. I need one on there. Thank you, Your Honor. I'm good.
Okay.
Ms. Gary Fick.
No, still not. Where's your guy? Where'd he go?
We'll get him right back.
Okay.
31 and 32 are off consent. And then it's just A4 off regular. So while they're doing this, we have a number of people signed up to speak to item A1. We have a number of people signed up to speak to A1 and 2, and we have a number of people signed up to speak to A2. What I think we'll do, just since it's all kind of comes together, we'll hear the presentation from staff on 1, then we're going to take the public comments on 1 and 2 all at the same time. Normally, we have a discussion, and then we take public comments, but since it's 2 together that everybody's here kind of speak to the same thing, or a lot of people are, we'll, after this, if we have questions from the commissioners, they'll certainly ask them, but then we'll have our speakers come up. So if you sign up to speak to that, you're coming up. Cowboys predictions here. We good? All right. Good. Russell, fire away.
All right. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Good morning, Russell.
So our action this morning that staff is requesting, it has 3 parts. 2 that must be taken and 1 that may be taken depending on the proposed tax rate that you all decide. So the first is a receive and file of the proposed no new revenue rate and voter approval tax rates for Tarrant County. That'll be action number 1. The no new revenue rate is 0.196544, and the voter approval rate is 0.241578.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
So that'll be the first action. The second action is that the court will need to propose a tax rate. The one that staff has proposed is 0.1945, which was the same as what was in the budget last week, and is a 13%
Set
reduction.
the tax rate as a part of the original motion.
Second.
So since the tax rate, the proposed tax rate is below the no new revenue rate, there is not a need for a public hearing on September 19th. So those are the only two items that the court will need to do.
Okay.
So, and if there are no questions, I'll stay over here.
Okay, any questions from the court for Russell before we bring up speakers? All right, seeing none. First person I have is Chuck Taggart.
Morning, you guys. I feel like I just won the lottery. I'm not one to normally have to come to one of these meetings, and I know all of us have at least 16 other things that we'd like to do today. But what I want to talk about is my experience just this year. My family and I have been in Tarrant County for almost 14 years, so 13 years of property taxes. And each year we were able to go in and discuss very nicely and politely with everybody at the appraisal board or the panel and come up with a reasonable amount of value on our house until this year. Last year was the best. This year, we were shocked, and I can't be the only one here. Since I'm first, I have no idea, but I was shocked when I opened up our bill and a 50% increase in taxes on our property. 50. And we have a homestead exemption. And I was absolutely shocked when my wife and I went to Tarrant County to the appraisal board, as they suggested we do, and the same exact lady was at the window that we had last year. Completely different demeanor. And within 60 seconds said, "We do not have time for you. We do not have time for your homestead exemption. I have other people I need to get to." She brought her supervisor over, and he said these words: "It doesn't matter what your homestead exemption is. This is your rate. This is what your house value is going to be this year. It does not matter." And I told him, I was like, it's like a state law. You guys, I mean, you can't increase our property by that much. And we were told flat out, it does not matter. So for the first time in 13 years, so almost 14, 13 years of living here, we had to hire a professional company to come in. And normally we can just go down there and talk to them and come up with a reasonable amount of money. Thousands of dollars wasted to hire somebody that was able to go into the panel this year instead of us doing it and come up with the exact same number of what we thought our value for our house was actually worth, because we were correct. Now, I don't know how many other people in Tarrant County have to pay so much money to hire a professional firm to go in there, but where did that money go, guys? I know the county needs money to build roads and things like that, and we're happy to pay our fair share. But think about the millions and millions of dollars that are wasted because of the overreach of the county on trying to increase our property taxes. The same thousands of dollars that we gave away to a professional firm, we could have donated to the school, we could have donated to some sort of charity, or some other place that we felt needy. So I hope that you guys don't take any of the stuff here personally that you're probably going to hear. Certainly not from me. I'm just here to voice my opinion, and I hope you guys do the right thing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up is Susan Bentley. Susan Bentley here. All right, next up we have Mary Smith. Smith here.
Hi, my name is Mary Smith. I live in Arlington, Texas, and you'd like me to move that down. Thank you. And I am here to speak just in a support of tax rate below no new revenues for JPS. Although it is frequently spoken that taxes will not change and that this year is the biggest tax relief known to mankind, it frequently means taxes will change and we will need just to get ready. For instance, every year my home value increases, which sounds lovely, but really what it means is my taxes increase. The language often is misleading. It is common knowledge that taxation is the primary source of government revenue, and thus the government loves the issues of taxes and counts on we the public to trust and not understand the jargon used. Therefore, it sounds so good, but in reality, it is not good for we the citizens. In other words, this is what's stated, but this is what we mean. And it's always done that way. Please don't continue to do this. You know better, and we know better. Please, no new tax revenue. When you vote for this budget, it will be the first in Tarrant County, and we, the citizens of this county, will say, well done, and thank you, commissioners. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Aaron James. Is Aaron James here? All right, next up I have Barbara Walker.
Good morning. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak. Like the other speakers, I'm here asking that you adopt a tax rate for both Tarrant County and JPS that is below the no new revenue rate. And I'm going to speak on behalf of the 20 and 30-year-olds. We're all struggling with where our stage in life and what's happening to us personally. But last night I was very fortunate to go to a wedding. And there were 20 and 30-year-olds. There were teachers, there were nurses, there were plumbers, there was computer experts, there was an engineer. I talked to almost all of them. None of them own a home. None of them believe they can. They were shocked at the question. It's like saying, are you going to go to Mars this summer? I mean, it was just such an outlandish thought to see that the people, your constituents, our neighbors, they're all in Tarrant County. It's just out of reach, and they completely understood all the costs that are associated in addition to the rising cost of homes. They, let's put that aside. Let's control what we can control. But they completely understood the tax situation and that you don't ever own. And it really broke my heart. It was such a beautiful wedding. There was so much love and celebration. And to see all these people, all of our constituents and our neighbors realize, and that's what they said, we realize we're not going to set a goal to own a home. It's out of our reach. And again, these are teachers and nurses, hardworking people. There was engineers. It was all walks of life, all from Tarrant County. And so, this is what the 20 and 30-year-olds told me last night, and I wanted to share that with you and your constituents. And thank you so much for not forgetting about them and not forgetting about us and doing the right thing, and we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Denise Lunsky.
Good morning, Commissioners and Judge. My name is Denise Lunsky. I live in Arlington. Lived there since 2001, me and my family, my husband and our 2 boys. I guess I'll just read a little meme that I have.
Excuse me, Ms. Lunsky, could you raise the microphone,
okay.
please?
Yes, not a problem. Thank you. This is just a little meme that I have. When Joe Biden took office, the median home price in the U.S. was $303,900. The average 30-year mortgage rate was 2.77%. So the income required to buy was $56,040. Today, this is probably a month ago, median home price was $416,300. The average 30-year mortgage is 6.77%. Income required to buy a new home, $108,320. You need to earn 93% more to own a home today. I am here today to speak about the tax rate that JPS is proposing. And I would like to reiterate for y'all to adopt a tax rate below the no new revenue for JPS. Please, as taxpayers, we deserve a tax break. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Mayor John Huffman.
Hey, good morning, Your Honor and Commissioners. Thank you guys so much for allowing us the opportunity to address you guys and for your hard work. My name is John Huffman. I have the privilege of serving as mayor of Southlake, and I'm here not only as a taxpayer, but also as a fellow government official who's voting on a budget with tax rates this month as well. So in my role as mayor, I get to speak to a lot of different constituent groups, as I'm sure you guys do as well. And my favorite groups are kids. And I've adopted this thing where I will talk to the kids, whether they're 5-year-olds that don't know with dads or high schoolers in the Key Club or other organizations. I always want to leave them with a couple of nuggets that I hope they take with them. And the thing I talk to them about taxes in particular is I want them to understand that government revenue is not the government's, it's the taxpayers. So I will try to emphasize that because good taxpayers and good governments, I think, understand that as they're setting their budgets. And we, as government officials, as we set these budgets, we understand the difference between valuation and we understand the difference between valuation and the tax rates. And the reality is we're fiduciaries, which means the taxpayers' interests are above our own. And as fiduciaries, we have to look to wherever we can to reduce the property tax burden on our taxpayers. And we know that there's nothing we can do about valuations, but we can do something about property tax rates. And you guys understand that. I know you do. The budget that Tarrant County is proposing below the new revenue rates, amazing. And we really appreciate that. We hope JPS will do the same. And Southlake tonight, I'm going to City Council, and we will be reading a budget that proposes a tax rate below the no new revenue rate. So we're in the same boat. And that means as governments, we're a service business. And that if we don't have more revenue, we might have to do more with less. But isn't that what all of our taxpayers are doing too? That's what all of our families are doing. That's what all of our businesses are doing. And I think the government should be doing the same. So once again, I appreciate y'all's service. Thank you so much. Lowering that tax rate below the no new revenue rate is the right thing to do to taxpayers. And I appreciate y'all's service. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Francis Charlie.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for your service and thank you for the opportunity to address you. I'm going to echo what you've been hearing so far, is that I would request that you adopt a tax rate below the no new tax revenue for JPS. And as you're considering your tax rate, there's something I'd like you to keep in mind. There are many homeowners in Tarrant County who are living paycheck to paycheck. They have no savings for emergencies or things that come up with their family's unexpected needs. I would like to contrast that with JPS having over $2 billion in cash with 328 days of operating cash. Adopt a tax rate below the no new tax revenue rate so Tarrant County property owners may have enough money that they can start a savings account just like JPS has. So I will leave you with, I respectfully request that you adopt a tax rate below the no new tax revenue rate for JPS. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Paul Segal is next.
Good morning. My name is Paul Siegel. I'm a homeowner and taxpayer of Tarrant County. I want to have the opportunity to thank each and every one of you for your service, as well as our Judge Tim O'Hare. As a concerned taxpayer of Tarrant County, I ask you to adopt a tax rate for Tarrant County and JPS that is below our no new revenue rate. Tarrant County has raised property taxes each year for the past 30 years that benefits and funds JPS. Currently, JPS has over $2 billion of unrestricted funds currently at their discretion. The current CEO is making a salary in excess of $850,000 per year, not including annual bonuses. As the CEO of JPS, she has fiduciary responsibility to provide services for those that qualify, as well as the fiduciary responsibility to all of us that are Tarrant County taxpayers. It is my recommendation that JPS has a 60-day cash reserve instead of the unnecessary current 328-day reserve. I'm in residential commercial real estate and licensed in 2 states, and as a seasoned agent, I have seen property owners that can no longer afford their properties due to high rising property taxes. It's very hard to attract stable property owners of any kind to Tarrant County because of the unpredictable rising annual property taxes. I do want to assure you that many of my friends and colleagues do have the same concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have Jolynn Potenza.
Good morning, Honorable Judge O'Hare and Commissioners. I'm a native Texan, and I've lived in Tarrant County for most of my life. I'd like to congratulate you for a swift, efficient, and productive hearing last week regarding the county's proposed budget. I was glad to hear that the budget for the county will save $8 million over last year's budget, and for the first time, we will dip below the no new revenue rate. We will adopt a rate of 0.1945. I'm thankful for this historical reduction, as it also allows us taxpayers to keep more of our hard-earned dollars in our own family budgets. While Budget and Risk Management worked with other departments to come together for that well-crafted budget for the county, the hospital district's proposed tax rate will continue to do what it's done for the last 30 years, raise my taxes. Their proposed new tax rate of 0.22 is above the no new revenue rate of 0.20, and that is unacceptable. According to Fitch's ratings, Tarrant County Hospital District sits on, quote, $1.2 billion of unrestricted cash and investments, liquidity robust with 328 days cash on hand, close quote. That's $1.2 billion of our taxpayer dollars. The JPS Hospital District having 328 days of cash on hand, when financial experts recommend 60 days, is incredibly lavish, especially considering that families who gave you those funds are struggling to afford a tank of gas to get to work or to school. My family and I volunteer at a food and household goods pantry in Tarrant County. I've looked into the desperate eyes of a single mom walking in scrubs at the end of a long, hard work day asking for diapers, and I've had to tell her, I'm sorry, we're out. I've stood in the hot sun in a parking lot with a family of 4 waiting on a local church to pick them up because they can't afford a car. We, the taxpayers, are sick and tired of paying exorbitant taxes so the county hospital can keep billions in this cash on hand. I urge you to reject the JPS proposed tax rate of 0.22 and instead adopt a rate that is below the no new revenue rate of 0.20. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Lee Wamsgans.
Hello, Commissioners. Thank you all for your service. We appreciate the time that you give to our county. I've been a Tarrant County taxpayer for 27 years in 4 different cities in this great county. I'm not telling you anything you don't know. Property taxes have increased in Tarrant County for at least several decades. And with today's record high inflation, the communities hit hardest by these increases are lower income earners and retirees on a fixed income. Because even if you don't own your home, when property taxes go up, your rent goes up. We have families all over North Texas that can't afford groceries or air conditioning or school supplies at this time when their kids are all going back to school. We have elderly citizens choosing between their medication or paying their taxes, or even worse, being taxed out of their homes. Tarrant County citizens need tax relief, not a tax freeze, not the same tax rate. We need an actual reduction in property taxes, and the only way to give your citizens that relief is to approve a tax rate today below the no new revenue rate. I appreciate this court and their voting last week in the budget meeting to approve the budget, which would ultimately give the Tarrant County portion of the taxes a rate below the no new revenue rate. But the JPS board is recommending a rate that will raise property taxes. And while JPS's proposed tax rate increases, taxes are hardworking Texans. It's important to note that according to Fitch Ratings, JPS has $1.2 billion unrestricted cash investment dollars in liquidity, which is 328 days of cash on hand. The Government Finance Officers Association online best practices for fund balance guidelines states a general recommendation for maintaining around 2 months of operating cash, and JPS has a whole year. It's clear to the citizens of Tarrant County that JPS needs less of our tax dollars, not more. Our citizens aren't sitting on $1 billion. Tarrant County citizens need this court to reject JPS's proposed tax increase and set both the county tax rate and JPS's tax rate below the no new revenue rate. You can't tax your way out of inflation. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Lower taxes will stimulate the economy all over our county. And that big picture is what I'm asking you to consider today. You accomplish stimulating Tarrant County's economy by lowering our property taxes below the no new revenue rate in both the county side and the JPS side. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, we have Lori Siegel.
Good morning. I'm Lori Siegel. I want to thank all of you for all your hard work and what you do to represent all of us. I can't do such a great job as the others have, but as a homeowner, taxpayer, I ask that you adopt no new revenue for taxes and no new revenue increase for JPS. I understand those services. That's why we have it. Other counties have it. But the CEO has a fiduciary responsibility to take that money, serve the individuals that qualify. We want that. We should have that. But she also has a responsibility to all of us that are taxpayers. Use that money, use the interest off of the $2 billion that's sitting there properly so that the taxpayers, people aren't having to question, do I pay for gas, medication, when their tax rates are going up. Our neighborhood has a lot of people that have been there 30 years. They don't have a mortgage, but yet their tax bill, it's a surprise every November, and not a good one. So I ask if you please do not adopt a tax rate increase, but go below that new revenue tax increase for our property taxes, and no new tax rate increase or revenue increase for JPS. Thank you. I appreciate the honor to speak here.
Thank you. Next, we have David Struba.
Good morning. Thank you for letting me speak to you this morning. I also am amongst the many people here that are asking you to adopt a tax rate below the new revenue, the no new revenue tax rate. I can second what was mentioned about taxes and people in their 20s and 30s. I have a couple children that home ownership is just not something that they feel like they can even consider. And they make decent money. They could own a home. So again, I ask you to adopt a tax rate below the no new revenue tax rate for JPS, and thank you. I appreciate you taking time to listen to all of us.
Thank you. Next, we have Nomi Burns.
Good morning. Appreciate the opportunity to be here. I've lived in Keller for 30 years. We've actually had a small business ownership for 11 and a half years. We've tried to prepare for retirement. I keep a monthly journal of all of our expenses. I look at the difference between this month and last month and this year and last year, and I see everything going up. We have all the freezes that we could possibly have in order to live in Keller. We just have to keep looking. How can we cut back? How can we come back? We've got so many things that have to be done on a monthly basis. I just ask at this point, no new tax raises, please, for Tarrant County.
Thank you. Next, we have Mary Stone. Mary Stone. Oh, there we go.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. When you raise taxes, you hurt everybody. We have less available income, so it hurts businesses, it hurts workers, it hurts charities, it hurts churches, it hurts people on fixed income who can't afford their medicine, it hurts homeowners. My property taxes make up about 28% of what I get in my Social Security check. I've worked at Harris Fort Worth, Harris Southwest, Harris Azle. I've also worked at JPS, and I can tell you that the Harris system, 21% of our patients were private pay, and they didn't pay, and the hospital district did not reimburse us. Furthermore, the uncompensated care funds mostly go to the Tarrant County Hospital District and not to the other hospitals who are also taking care of uncompensated care. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Shelley Kellum.
Good morning. I'm Shelley Kellum. I'm a homeowner, taxpayer, and lifelong Tarrant County resident. As a retired nurse and former employee of JPS Hospital and daughter of the late Joanne Smith, dedicated nurse and decades-long employee of JPS Hospital, I am here today to speak in favor of approving the current tax rate. There's a misconception here that JPS is sitting on a huge pot of money, hoarding, as Tim O'Hare said, I think. Actually, that money has already been spent. It was approved by the voters in a bond project in 2019. It was approved by the voters. And JPS has responsibly seen that it hasn't been completed yet, these important projects, and that they needed to set aside additional money to account for inflation, which is real. And so that's the real deal, and I hope that JPS is going to speak to the actual facts of the matter on that money. It appears to me that the JPS board has been fiscally smart in planning for inflation to ensure that the already voter-approved bond projects approved in 2019 can be completed and are not left unfinished. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Jeremy Munch. No Jeremy. Next up is Devin Pipes.
Morning.
Morning.
My name is Devin Pipes. I'm the True Texas Project Liaison to the Tarrant County Commissioners Court. And this is the first time I've had to come up here this year, so that means y'all are doing a good job. And even the reason I'm here today is not because of y'all, but because of the hospital district. So we're just asking that you keep the rate at or below the no new revenue for the hospital district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Jim Jorns.
Good morning. I'd like to clarify something. The subject that you brought up where you get free breakfast as well as lunch, I feel like I have less money in my pocket today, so you're all providing lunch for us today.
I think Commissioner Brooks is.
Yeah. Okay. He's going to pay for it. We thank you so much for that.
I would point out that for my event, there are no tax dollars involved.
That's great. We appreciate that. My father was a medical doctor here in Fort Worth for 50 years. As a young boy, I used to go on house calls with him, as well as hospital rounds through the halls of JPS, Harris, St. Joseph. Today, we live in a society of unrest. inflation has hit most people in Fort Worth, Tarrant County. We all struggle in many different ways. Someone once said, if something makes sense, people will usually do it. One of your jobs is to help make sense of what you all want to do about taxes. Our job as taxpayers is to make sense of what we want you to do for us. So let's get started. In my opinion, we should look at having little or no taxes at all this year. Why? One, as already stated, most people believe we are struggling with inflation. People not only aren't able to pay their rent or mortgage, or some even put food on the table, etc. Two, Tarrant County has raised JBX property taxes almost every year for the past 30 years. Third, Tarrant County residents are getting taxed out of their homes while the JPS CEO's salary is $850,000, which has already been stated. I've heard that JPS has between $1.2 and $2 billion unrestricted pot of money, shows they are bringing in too many of our tax dollars. Fifth, financial experts recommend that JPS have 60 days of cash on hand, yet JPS has a whopping 328 days of cash on hand. Sixth, with the proposed JPS 2024 tax rate, it would mean that JPS property taxes in the last 7 years have gone up by 80%. How much is enough for JPS? Do you think it's time to pass on raising taxes this year? This makes sense to me. How about for you all? Thank you for your time.
Next, I have LaVon Cockrell.
Hi, Judge, Commissioners. As you know, I always write something down. I do want to clarify that $2 billion that JPS has, $1.5 million goes to build a psychiatric ward for beds for the mentally ill. So we do not have $2 billion on hand. We have the money to pay for 100% that 2019 that we approved. It will also expand our ER. So the handout you received with these numbers needs some clarification. Whoever gave you that handout, we need more clarification for you. If you would come and attend these meetings, you will know this. So that wasn't on my handout. I just want to point out that the term indigent is evil. My son pays over $1,200 a month for health insurance for he and his family. He and his wife do. So that they can go to a hospital that's not for indigent care, and JPS is for indigent care. About 5 weeks ago, I contracted E. coli, pathogenic E. coli. Went to Harris Hospital. I sat in a hallway with such pain, such fear, dizzy. I had fainted at home and had decided I better get myself to the hospital. I sat for 4.5 hours in the chair in a hallway as I heard doctors whisper people's medical conditions, and they worked hard not to ruin HIPAA. And as they told me, there's no ER room for you. So they finally had one. 5 hours later, I spent 2 hours on a stretcher, 2 days and 2 nights on a stretcher at Harris Hospital. You heard that 21% of the people who are going to Harris are indigent, and Harris doesn't get paid for that. Why? Because JPS needs to expand. Now, a few months ago, maybe weeks, you chose commissioners, our 3 commissioners, the Republican side, who outvotes the Democrats, to cut $30 million from the JPS budget. $30 million. If you'd been at the meetings, those of you who've come with your handout, you would have known that.
$30 million is already cut from this budget. When I finally got a bedroom, there was no air conditioning on that floor, the 6th floor. So the workaround was a dinosaur or something happening. It was a remarkably horrible experience. The nurses are incredible. We don't have enough nurses. We all should know that. Do not cut any more money from JPS. I am urging you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Leslie Hillhouse.
Commissioners, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this morning. I'm also on the side that would like to encourage you to vote no on the proposed tax increase by JPS. The proposed JPS 2024 tax rate means that the JPS portion of our Tarrant County taxes, has been stated multiple times this morning, will have risen by about 80% over the last 7 years. And of course, all of us would love to have 80% back into our household budgets, our budgets for our small businesses, but we can't. And I recognize the need that JPS has. I'm also a retired nurse, and I've worked years in emergency departments, and absolutely they are overburdened. We do need more psychiatric care in Tarrant County. We need a lot more drug care in Tarrant County, but those have been funded. So let's work within our means that we already have. Let's find other places in our budget within JPS to be able to continue to give the people of Tarrant County what they need. There's also a little bit of fluff in there as well. And as folks have said, the PEC has already been funded, the new emergency department has already been funded, and I can guarantee you the need is not going to go down. But we have to work within our budget, just as our taxpayers have to live within their budgets, just as our small businesses have to live within their budgets. And when we have cost overruns, we can't just say, gosh, oops, my bad. We have to find other ways to cut back in order to provide those services that are needed, or the things that we need for our households that are imperative. So I would like to encourage you, please, to adopt the tax rate below the no new revenue rate for JPS, and let's work to get something a little bit more attainable within the monies that can be provided without putting an additional burden on the backs of taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Melinda Akowski.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I am asking that the Tarrant County Commissioners to adopt a tax rate below the no new revenue rate for JPS, thus denying the JPS Board's recommendation on the requested new tax rate. If we are being honest, due to the very significant increase in property values, JPS by default will see a significant increase in tax revenue. For this reason alone, there is absolutely no need to increase the tax rate. It is also my understanding that JPS currently has a surplus in operating cash. I find it appalling that the board has a surplus, yet they continue to ask for more from the taxpayers. Lastly, I believe that all commissioners are committed, that all of the commissioners here are committed to supporting the needs of Tarrant County residents. It is important that you understand that Tarrant County residents are being significantly harmed by the continued increase in property taxes. The property taxes are just not sustainable for the average Tarrant County resident. Therefore, I respectfully ask that you deny any increase in JPS tax rate and ask that the tax rate be set below the no new revenue rate. And I'll leave you finally with Nehemiah 5. What you're doing is wrong. Is there no fear of God left in you? Don't you care what the nations around here, our enemies, think of you? I and my brothers and the people working for me have also loaned them money, but this gouging them with interest has to stop. Give them back their foreclosed fields, vineyards, olive groves, and homes right now, and forgive your claims on their money, grain, new wine, and olive oil. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have George Dodson. Okay. Mr. Dodson will be Kenya Alou.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I come before you asking why JPS Board is asking for more taxes when you already have $1.2 billion in cash, including not counting the $800 million bonds that they passed 4 years ago. They are continuing to expand their services and ask for more money when they're generating over $200 million in net income per year. This is ridiculous. Our taxpayers are being asked to increase our taxes while JPS Board seeks for more taxes. I believe JPS has never reduced their taxes in the past 30 years. First of all, the JPS Board really is this board, the JPS Board, really holding JPS management's team to feet to the fire for efficient spending. Unfortunately, I believe they're operating much like the Tarrant Appraisal Board and the Tarrant Community College of raising their taxes because it's not their money. They're just rubber stamping whatever is brought before them. We have to get individuals on these boards that will focus on efficient spending for our tax dollars. Secondly, why does the CEO of JPS make over $850,000 a year and also be paid extra bonus for the extra cash that's generated? This is way beyond excessive and it needs to stop. Next, I need to know why the projects promised in the $800 million package are now going to cost more than $1.5 billion. Is the Commissioner's Court going to allow this to happen? The bond package was a lie, like all bond packages. It will cost double the principal amount in the end. Hope the commissioners will force the projects to agree with the $800 million package. And oh, by the way, how much more will our taxes go up when the new facilities are staffed? We're looking at more taxes to fund operations of these facilities. Finally, please at least cut the budget to the no new revenue level. It should be cut well below it because of the money they have. I hope replacements will be considered to the JPS Board to operate much more cost effectively. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Kenya Alou is now. Next up is Stephen Gunta, Sr.
Hello, Your Honor and Commissioners. Thank you for hearing our comments today. I do want to address, before I go into my prepared comments, the issue of the bond that was passed years ago. That bond was sold to the taxpayers, to the voters, and it was sold as that it would not raise taxes. I saw that meeting. I know what it said, and anyone that says otherwise needs to go back and look at the meetings that they were talking about. I'm a Tarrant County taxpayer, and I'm here to address the proposed JPS tax rate and to say that I'm disappointed that the board would be so emboldened to propose keeping the same rate would be an understatement. The citizens are not so naive that we don't understand that the same rate is actually an increase. In simple terms, more of our hard-earned money flowing out of our pockets. Our mortgage payments have gone up every year due to inflated home appraisals. What we pay is based on appraisal value. So if appraisals go up, so do our taxes. We don't have income inflation, yet we continue to pay more and more into the tax bucket. To make things work, we have to cut back, get a side gig, or sell our homes. With JPS being in a surplus of operating expenses, over 300 days of operating expenses, the CFO, CEO, and every single board member, not just 3 board members, should be advocating for a decrease in that rate. We should be hearing about a no new revenue rate from the JPS board at a minimum, not keeping the same rate, because they can say, oh, we didn't raise your taxes, we kept the same rate, but we are not stupid. We know that that's a lie. We know that that increases our taxes. Maintaining the current rate is absolutely a tax hike, and we will not be deceived. I would urge all of you to have respect for the people you serve and respect for the fact that the money being played with does not belong to you or the government. Please decline the JPS board recommendation for their proposed rate. The citizens deserve a decrease or a no new revenue rate at the very, very least. And I do want to thank this court for everything that you all have done so far to decrease our taxes in Tarrant County. It's been refreshing. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Mr. Gunta, we have Willard Hartman. Is Mr. Gunta here? Stephen Gunter Giunta Sr.? All right. How about Willard Hartman? All right. How about William Blakely Woodard?
Good morning, Judge O'Hare and Commissioners. My name is Blake Woodard. I am a lifelong resident of Tarrant County and a homeowner. I'm also a member of the Board of Managers of the Tarrant County Hospital District, better known as JPS, and I'm very thankful this morning that Sheriff Wayborn personally escorted me to the building. All the numbers in my comments this morning are publicly available from the Hospital District's website or the YouTube channel. They all come from the videos of the August 2022 and August 2023 board meetings. JPS is finishing an extraordinary year. We've really been blessed. The hospital budgeted to have consolidated surplus of revenues over expenses of $78 million for the year ending September 30th, 2023. Instead, JPS now projects a net income of $228 million for fiscal year 2023, which is about 2.9 times the budgeted net income. This 2023 performance will allow JPS to add meaningfully to what is informally called the Future Fund, which is the cash that's set aside for the master facility plan, which was $616 million as of June the 30th, 2023. There are several reasons for the excellent performance in 2023, but one is the dedicated work of JPS employees to find new revenue sources. Of course, the $228 million of net income would not exist absent the $569 million of projected taxes paid by Tarrant County property owners and renters. As somebody pointed out, renters also pay property taxes through their rent. JPS's property tax rate has been set at 22.4429 cents for many years. That figure includes the interest and sinking fund component, which will increase due to the bond issue. I think rather than maintaining a static rate, respectfully, the court should reassess each year's rate based on the hospital district's financial situation and the updated financial forecast. If the current rate is maintained, JPS is projected to have a net income in fiscal year 24 of $193.7 million. At the no new revenue rate of 20.3207 cents as calculated by the county, JPS is projected to have a net income in fiscal year 24 of $133.6 million. For 2024, I am comfortable with a property tax rate not to exceed 19.8 cents, including the interest and sinking fund component. A rate of 19.8 cents would reduce the projected fiscal year 2024 net income to about $119 million.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have John Pete, followed by Melinda Teitelbaum.
3 minutes. Morning, Commissioners. My name is John Pete. I live in Saginaw in Precinct 4 with Manny Ramirez. I'm going to read you what I sent you all in an email. The gentleman that preceded me, he's on the board, so maybe he can help me out with this. Can I find any 2023 proposed documents online from JPS at all? I can't find any minutes or anything like that. There is no justification to keep the current rate. Reduce it below to 0.22449. They have mismanaged the funds from the $800 million bond that was passed 2018. Send the hospital board back and make them cut expenses even more. I live on a fixed income. I manage my budget, fixed expenses and income, and variable expenses from one source only. Cut the CEO's salary of $850,000 with the bonuses. tied to the revenue, which is my tax dollars, and get rid of the bonuses tied to the revenue. That revenue includes my tax dollars. If they cannot find a way to cut taxes, cut expenses, fire the CEO like I recommended first time I was up here with, what's his name, Jeff Law from TAD, from the first speaker, and Catherine Willman, who was the chairperson, because this is all one started in 2022, okay? $1.2 billion revenue in reserve, cut the losses caused by dereliction of duty to a steward of our tax dollars. Tarrant County has raised our JPS property taxes almost every year for at least 30 years. With the proposed 2024 tax rate, it would mean JPS property taxes in the last 7 years have gone up 80%. JPS is sitting on $2 billion in cash reserves for $328 of operating cash. Fire her, get rid of it, and cut the losses. Taxpayers need significant tax relief, and the budget proposed by JPS CFO on August the 10th provides no relief and significantly raises taxes. Okay. Well, this is where I got some of it. Asking for higher taxes at a time when families are already stretched to the limit with inflationary costs of living and some of the highest property taxes in the country is unconscionable. Yeah, stop that. I'm just going to read something else. Okay. The folks who are getting free stuff don't like the folks who are paying for the free stuff, because the folks who are paying for free stuff can no longer afford to pay both the free stuff and their own stuff. And the folks who are paying for the free stuff want the free stuff to stop.
All right. Thank you, sir. Your time
Yes,
is up.
sir. Time's up. Thank you.
Following Ms. Teitelbaum, if she's here, Christina Giunta.
Good morning. You've already heard several of the bullet points that have caused us concerns. So I would like to share with you a couple of quick stories that pertain to the matter at hand that have made an impression on me. The first one occurred close to 30 years ago. My husband and I were having dinner with friends and they were running late. Now this is well before cell phones, so there was no way for them to contact us. Of course, they apologized when they got there, but the reason they were late, she was an employee of Tarrant County and a department head. She had to purchase new computers that Friday because the fiscal year was almost over, and she was afraid she might lose those monies not spent when it came to her budget the following year. What she spent would only impact each taxpayer a few cents and would assume or assure that her budget would not be cut the next year. So what did it matter? But what if there were more department heads in Tarrant County doing the same thing on that Friday? How many more pennies could that cost the taxpayers? And then my second story involves Judge Tim O'Hare. Shortly after he took office, I was in a meeting where he told us of the first morning when he walked in, he saw the local newspaper with his picture above the fold on his desk. Thinking someone he knew had left him an extra copy, he asked his assistant about it, and she replied that his office had its own subscription to the newspaper. Judge O'Hare told his assistant to cancel that subscription. Now, the cost that subscription costs the taxpayer would only impact each taxpayer by a few cents. But what did it matter? But just starting with a cost-cutting measure like that, how many more pennies could the taxpayers be saved? So here are two different scenarios we're addressing concerning pennies on the dollar. Those pennies matter to the taxpayers, and they do add up. The cost of goods and services, as somebody has already pointed out on several occasions, keep increasing. And we in the private sector cannot vote ourselves a raise. So when you review these budgets, I'm asking you not to adopt the mindset of my friend, but to adopt the mindset of Judge O'Hare. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Miss Giunta here. All right, next is Kim Fithian. Is Miss Fithian here? Next is Jennifer Blunt.
Thank you, Judge O'Hare and Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak. I could read all those same numbers you guys have been hearing because I had them on my sheet, so I think somebody's copying me. I don't know. But I will tell you that I did attend the JPS board meeting last week. In fact, I spoke. I listened to what their financial board member said, and his name is D.T. Wynn. And basically, he said in June, the operating account, which I take to mean basically a checking account, in June had roughly $27 million. Well, on August 10th, it had risen to $111 million due to new patient revenue, something called heart supply funding, and I don't know what that is, and non-operational revenue sales, so sales of stocks and real property. So it may be a misconception that JPS only gets money from the taxpayer. That is not true. They have other sources of income, and the tax income will continue to flow in, as many people have already stated. What I'm advocating for is a below new tax revenue rate, because there's no question about it. JPS is not in trouble, not by a long shot. And I was at that meeting, and when this Mr. Wynn spoke, he was quite happy about the numbers. There was no speaking of, gosh, we're in trouble, or we're not going to make it. So I have listened and I have spoken, and I'm asking you to adopt the below no new revenue tax rate, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next is Stephen Cook, followed by Linda Fulmer.
Thank you, Your Honor and Commissioners, for the time to speak to this board. I'm Steve Cook. I'm a 30-year Tarrant County resident, a 30-year Tarrant County voter, 30-year Tarrant County taxpayer. I also retired last year, so I'm one of those fixed incomers that was mentioned a little earlier. Thank you very much for that. So I'm very focused on any kind of outgo that I might have. I know what my income is, but I'm more concerned about my outgo. And the last couple of years have been really tough. The house values have gone up. Inflation, as we've all seen, has skyrocketed. And to offset these impacts, I continually look for ways to maximize my budget and minimize any increases that I can. I'm asking the Tarrant County Commissioners Court to do the same thing in regards to the JPS tax rate. Now, I know that we've heard the same facts over and over again. Sometimes you have to tell people to get a point across, you have to tell them what you're going to tell them. Then you got to tell them, and then you got to tell them what you told them. So I repeat, JPS has raised property taxes every year for the last 30 years. With the proposed 2024 tax rate, it would mean an 80% increase in the last 7 years. Proposed budget provides no relief and significantly raises taxes. The proposed rate is in dollars 0.224. The no new revenue rate in dollars is 0.203. I'm asking the Tarrant County Commissioners to adopt a rate below the no new revenue rate. You know, during election season, as many people do, we look for county officials and people running for office that say they're going to lower taxes, keep taxes the same. So I applaud you for working on that and doing everything you can to lower our taxes. We see it, we appreciate it. I know this is a clear area where you can look at and say, I can continue to fulfill those promises. So I thank you for your efforts, and as a resident, taxpayer, and voters, we need some relief. So please help us ease our tax burden. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fulmer, Linda Fulmer. And following Ms. Fulmer is Doreen Geiger.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. Thank you for your time and your service. I do live in Precinct 1, Judge Roy Brooks' precinct. We've lived in Fort Worth for quite a few years. I've had my home since 2001. My husband and I are both retired. I'm a retired teacher, and he was retired from public health, epidemiology, and bioterrorism. Listening to all of this and thinking for a minute, I can't even imagine a salary of $850 million. So one of my suggestions is that we lower that salary. I can't even, like I said, I can't imagine that much money. So that is one suggestion, to provide money for JPS. Okay, I would like to ask for, asking for higher taxes at a time when families are already stretched to the limit with inflationary costs of living and some of the highest property taxes in the country is just unconscionable. Governments frequently demand additional revenue from taxpayers, but taxpayers have nowhere to go to increase their own income. So when taxes go up, they have to make hard decisions about where to cut expenses so they do not lose their homes. So I beg you, as you serve we the people, that you do not raise our taxes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next up I have, no, I do not. Let's see here. So Ms. Cox, are you here? Okay, well, ask her if she wants to speak on this or the bond presentation. A couple of them have been in here. And then Doreen Geiger, she here? Okay. Yeah, I've also got you listed twice. Are you trying to do both or just this one? Okay.
So I'll only have to come up here once. Please leave the JPS tax rate just as it was voted on at the recent JPS board meeting. Commissioners Court already recently voted for homeowners to have a 10% homestead exemption on JPS taxes. With the county's population growing so rapidly, now is not the time to reduce the JPS tax rate. JPS is the top regional level 1 trauma center. It is one of the busiest emergency departments in the country. JPS is Tarrant County's only psychiatric emergency site, serving an average of 20,000 patients a year. The JPS Board of Directors have been wisely preparing for the beginning of the much-needed expansion of services and facilities, a new psychiatric emergency room, a medical home, and an ambulatory day surgery facility. The voters approved the bonds 5 years ago. Construction just started this year. When 5+ years pass from voters approving a large project until it's completed, inflation can have an adverse impact on the planned budget for the project. JPS Board has planned wisely to assure all Phase 1 construction projects can be completed even if the bond money runs out before Phase 1 projects are completed. Please keep the tax rate the same as the JPS Board voted for. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Susan Bentley. Following Ms. Bentley, we're back to, because there were some people in the waiting area, whatever we call that. So I'm going to start and go through some names that I've called again. So Susan Bentley. Do we have Susan Bentley? All right. Kim Fithian. Do we have Kim Fithian? Kim, come on up. Following Kim Fithian, if here, Christina Gunta.
Good morning, Your Honor and Commissioners. Thank you for taking the time to hear the public's comments today. I have a couple of source materials I'd be happy to share with you. I registered online, so you've got my contact information if you would like these. But it was alarming when I went online to do some research about the Tarrant County Hospital District tax rate, the net revenue tax rate that's being proposed. And if it'll please the court, I'd like to read a prepared statement that I have with these two source materials in it. The Tarrant County Hospital District has not been diligent in the past regarding material misstatements, waste, fraud, and abuse. According to U.S. Attorney's Office, Northern District of Texas press release dated August 27, 2021, entitled "Hospital to Pay More Than $3 Million to Settle Whistleblower Suit." And I quote, "John Peter Smith Hospital violated the False Claims Act by upcoding certain claims submitted to federal health care programs." And that's Lee versus Tarrant County Hospital District case. Now that's alarming, that we have experienced that during this period of time that we've had a tax increase in 2019. So to go further, it should not be incumbent on Tarrant County Hospital District taxpayers to indemnify the district for past abuses of fraud, waste, abuse, or material misstatement. According to public disclosure, the last independent auditor's report and financial statements dated September 30, 2022 and 2021, quote unquote, by the auditor. The risk of not detecting a material misstatement resulting from fraud is higher than for one resulting from error, as fraud may involve collusion, forgery, intentional omissions, misrepresentations, or the override of internal control. Misstatements are considered material if there is substantial likelihood that individually or in the aggregate, they would influence the judgment made by a reasonable user based on financial statements, quote unquote. That's alarming to hear the auditor state that they are. Is it my time?
Yeah, that's it. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Is Christina Gunta here? Giunta. All right, I'm getting that wrong. Next up is Willard Hartman. Is Willard Hartman here? I'll get to you in a minute. Yeah. So no Willard Hartman. All right, how about Stephen Gunta Sr.? All right, how about Aaron James? I don't think I'd actually read that one. No Aaron James. All right, how about Jeremy Munch? All right, next is Ms. Cox.
Thank you, Judge O'Hare, Commissioners. I was in the overflow room. I am a person who can't afford taxes very well as they go up, but I also realize that you can't let your hospital district lose its bond rating or lose pace with the building program that is required that goes with the bonds, because our population is growing very fast and our infrastructure has to keep pace. If it doesn't, we will become kind of a disaster area where we have more people than we can help. The people who I know who use JPS are people who help me get through life. They fix my house, they do my roofing, they paint my house, they repair my deck, they mow my lawn. They're hard-working people who need the availability of a public health facility if they have a disaster. And I think we as a society owe it to those people to help them survive because they help us survive. So what I'm asking is that you pay attention to what JPS has said it needs in the way of bonds and help us stay afloat and stay on pace and on track to build those new facilities which we will simply have to have with the influx of people which is projected to come here. Also, I would remind you that a very high percentage of our jail population with mental health problems end up at Peter Smith. We place additional burdens on Peter Smith from law enforcement and law enforcement facilities, so we need to take care of Peter Smith and the population that we put into Peter Smith from law enforcement. Thank you very much. I hope you will consider how important it is that we keep them going.
Thank you. Next is Susan Bentley. Susan Bentley here. All right. As best I can tell from a whole lot of forms, what? This is Susan. Aha. Hi.
I am a Saginaw resident, and I'm here because I have 2 children in high school. My neighborhood is full of people that either rent at different ages, or families just starting off, or families that are their children have left and become successful adults. So the thing that I hear in my neighborhood, in my community, is that the taxes are a burden on every level. So it doesn't matter what your income level is, but because the price of our homes have gone up, that's increased our tax burden. It keeps us from being able to move into a new home for the size of our family or to change our neighborhood, but it also prevents people from moving into our neighborhood that could benefit the community that we've developed. So I propose, or I suggest, that you lower the rate, that you keep it below the suggested 19 cent that the gentleman from JPS suggested. I believe it should be lower. Many years ago, I worked for State University, and the thing that turned me off is that, just as another lady in the white and black shirt had said, is that when it does come time for you to keep your budget, they always want to increase it or keep it the same. And we had a huge closet full of unused Post-it notes, pens. I got all brand new furniture for my office, and all of those things were unnecessary. It was unnecessary waste. I think there's ways to be able to lower that budget, to cut costs, so that it's not an increased burden on us as citizens. My neighbor across the street, they rent their home, and they're forced right now with either buying the home or having to move into something that they can afford. And what their rent is, there's hardly anything that they could afford. They've been in that location for 13 years, and I really want to keep them as neighbors. But the huge part of the reason why the homeowner is selling is because of the increased tax burden on him. And he doesn't want to pass it on to the veteran that lives in that house who's coming up on retirement age. So we need help. And I really hope that you consider that. It's a burden on my family, on every family, no matter our income bracket. Thank you.
Thank you. As best I can tell, she is the last one signed up to speak to this item. So is there anyone else in the audience or outside officers that wishes to speak to this item or item number 1? Okay, seeing none, so a reminder to the public, the court knows where this is, we're good, thank you. So a reminder to the public, to the audience and those watching at home, what we first vote on is totally related to the county, not JPS. There is a motion on the floor. I want to repeat your motion, Commissioner Brooks, to make sure I understand it and we're all clear. Your motion is to receive and file the no new revenue rate of .196544, to receive and file the voter approval rate of .241578. Well, okay. That's 2 at one time. So let me ask you this. Commissioner Brooks, are you willing to to amend your motion to receive and file the no new revenue rate of .196544, to receive and file the voter approval rate of .241578, to acknowledge the current tax rate of .224, and to approve a proposed tax rate of .1945?
Yes.
Okay, so that's your motion. Do you withdraw your previous motion in light of that motion and second that motion?
I will.
Okay.
Not sure why you didn't ask me.
Well, he made the first motion. That's why. No, he made the first motion. So at the end of the day, there's a motion and a second.
You did that.
Okay, so that's why I thought it was him. So we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the county side from the court? All right, seeing none, we have a motion and a second. No further discussion. Please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. So the next item, number 2, is regarding the JPS one. And do you have something that you would like to address?
May I have a point of personal privilege?
Sure.
Regarding JPS, there are a number of things that I have heard this morning that could use clarification. One of those is related to the role of not-for-profit hospitals like Harris in our community. Not-for-profit hospitals are required to do charity care because their billions of dollars worth of real estate is not on the tax roll. Therefore, they have a responsibility to do charity care up to the amount that they would pay in property taxes would their billions of dollars worth of real estate be on the tax rolls. Part B of that is that bad debt is not charity care. Charity care is intentional and it is budgeted for. Bad debt is not charity care. But to JPS. The JPS board, in spite of requests and urging from the JPS leadership, passed a tax rate 0.224429. That was the same tax rate as last year and the year before that and the year before that. And we could probably go back even further. I don't know whether the board did not understand that it was the county's policy that we were going to go below the no new revenue rate, or whether for some reason they just disagreed with the county's policy. But the county's policy is the county's policy. And the tax rate adopted by the Board of Managers is not binding on this body. We set the tax rate. With that in mind, I would ask that we not bring up Dr. Duncan, who is bound, because she is the CEO, to advocate for the decision that the Board of Managers made, whether she agrees with it or not. I don't want to put her in the position of having to fall on somebody else's sword in order to fulfill her job requirements. That being said, I'd like to make a motion, if you think that's
I would like to address a few things before you do, if that's okay with you.
Certainly.
Okay.
Go for it.
So, a couple different things. We live in a very polarized world, and so oftentimes it's this versus this. And so there's been some framing today by people that you can frame this as pro-JPS or anti-JPS. And I believe that there is a win-win where it's pro-JPS and pro-taxpayer.
We are all pro-JPS.
I think that's the case. So I want to address some of the things. Mr. Woodard is a board member. He got up and spoke. I agree with you. Do you disagree with anything he said, Dr. Duncan? Mr. Woodard? Okay. So let me give you some facts and some information. My team and I have gone through the JPS budget, multiple JPS budgets, multiple tax rates, Fitch bond rating service. I have given each one of you footnoted information on JPS. It's sitting here before you. So these are the facts, and if anybody knows something different, by all means, I'll stand corrected. In the proposed budget, there's 328 days of operating cash, which is $1.2 billion. The $1.5 billion capital plan is $800 million in bond funds and $700 million in cash. As of at this moment, JPS has $616,178,000 of the $700 million that they need. From the 2023 budget, or 2023 fiscal year, I should say, which closes on September 30th, JPS, according to Dr. Duncan and her financial team, will add approximately sometime in November or December $90 million to that fund. So that will bring that fund to $706 million, which is $6 million more than required for the bond program. Now, if you compare the approved 23 budget to the proposed 24 budget that we've been speaking of, operating revenue increased by $103 million in that budget. Expenses increased by $58 million. And the budgeted operating margin is $114,290,000. The budgeted excess of revenue over expenses, net income, basically is what that is, increased by $115,769 to almost $194 million. Now, if you look at the tax revenue from the fiscal year 23 budget to the fiscal year 24 proposed budget, it's an increase of 10%. And without the homestead exemption that we previously passed, the revenue would have increased $88 million instead of the 58.9 it's increasing at that budget. If JPS, if we adopted the no new revenue rate, just the no new revenue, net income according to their budget for 2024 would be $134.8 million, which is 72.8% higher than the previous year's budget. So I picked several tax rates out. First one I came up with, 0.1835, for example. If we passed a tax rate of 0.1835, it would leave the same amount of budgeted net income in their 24 budget as they passed in their 23 budget. It would literally be the same number within 100,000, I believe it is. If you look at this thing that I passed out, the fiscal year 24 tax rate and net income analysis, I have listed on their tax rates of 0.1835, 0.185, 0.190, 0.195, and 0.2244. I believe Mr. Woodard said he was comfortable with a tax rate of 19.8. I didn't put that on this. I put several tax rates, but take a look in the right column. Even if you went to a 19.5 cent tax rate, it still provides $111.4 million in excess revenue over expenses. So here's another thing that I think everyone needs to know on this court and the public. So whoever is doing it, I'm not trying to blame anybody, say somebody should be replaced or anything else. For the last 4 years, and I think COVID explains one of the years, but for the last 4 years, well, let's say the last 3 years, the budgeted excess revenue over expenses, and to put it in perspective, the budgeted excess revenue over expenses for the Tarrant County government is zero. Okay, balanced budget. The budgeted excess revenue over expenses in fiscal year 21 was $254 million. The actual ended up being $327 million. It was over by $73 million over the forecast. In fiscal year 22, the budgeted excess revenue over expenses was $65.5 million. The actual ended up being $112.36 million. Under budgeted, over revenue by $46.8 million. In fiscal year 23, the budgeted excess revenue over expenses was $78 million. The projected, with about 2 months left in the fiscal year from JPS, is $228 million, which means the forecast was missed by $150 million. So when you look at this proposed budget of $193.784 million to be precise, you would have to assume, based on the previous 3 years, it is likely to exceed that. So Fitch, the bond rating service, by the way, the Tarrant County government has a AAA bond rating. Our reserves are 2 months. JPS's reserves are 328 days. It's almost a year. It's largely unheard of for a government entity to have a year or 11 months worth of reserves. But Fitch wants, for a good bond rating, and I did some research on this. I care about it, but I know you do too. Fitch wants to see an EBITDA of 9%. JPS has averaged 13.8% EBITDA for the last 5 years. At this particular budget that was voted on, if that were kept, it would literally mean that the county has increased property taxes on Tarrant County residents and businesses since 2017, 80% through JPS. Okay, that's significant. And I can tell you, having spoken to multiple board members, having spoken to Dr. Duncan, taking a rate below the no new revenue will not jeopardize the bond program or the capital plan. It will not cause one person to not be treated. It will not cause one person to have less quality of care. And so you can be pro-JPS and pro-indigent care and pro-level 1 trauma center and also be fiscally responsible and say we're going to take the rate down. So I wanted to make sure we got that out there. I believe not only is a rate below no new revenue doable, I don't know what the appetite is up here for anyone on this dais, but I know that we could take it significantly below the no new revenue rate. So with that,
my motion.
I have a question. Do you anticipate, you two seem like the experts, that this might be the only year we can do this? Or are you looking to do this each year?
One day at a time, 1 year at a time, sweet Jesus.
And what do you say? Do you have a sermon as well?
Mine will not be nearly as biblically based as that one. So I agree that you look at it one at a time. The idea that the government says, and this is kind of what I think has been used, is, well, we don't know what's going to happen in the future, or we don't know what's going to happen in the future, we don't know what's going to happen in the future, so we need more and we need more, we need more. There is no board, bureau, government standard that exists that says you should have 328 days in reserves. And if you just look at the revenue projections and the repeated under forecasting the revenue, there's even, I think there's a $44 million hit coming this year from a Medicaid issue that's already budgeted in. And we know the county is growing. We know the properties that are being built. We have hotels. We have giant developments that border Tarrant County and Parker County. I don't see any reason why the tax revenue will not continue to go up and be able to fully and adequately do everything we want to do. Nothing that I have proposed here today, and I guess I haven't proposed a rate, but nothing that I'm talking about, even if we went down to the rate of 0.1835, nothing in that would jeopardize JPS's ability to serve or complete their capital plan or complete the psychiatric hospital, nothing at all. And you look at needs on a year-by-year basis, on a 5-year basis, on a 10-year basis, I don't see any danger in doing this. But if something comes up, as it often does, nobody planned for a pandemic, nobody planned for 9/11, then you adjust at that time, and we have the tax revenue base to adjust.
Okay.
Commissioner Brooks, first of all, I want to thank you for bringing up the fact that the board action may not necessarily reflect staff's intent. You know, I too was very concerned when I saw the action last week. I reached out to leadership at JPS. I reached out to several board members. And I think that the message got crossed. But I think the one message that shouldn't be controversial is that our taxpayers do need relief, real relief. They say that government works best when it runs like a business. Sometimes that's true. And in this case, I believe it absolutely is. I think if we can look at both the revenue and the expense side of the P&L, we can make better decisions. That's what we've done as a county. Our staff did an incredible job putting together a fiscally responsible budget. I think that's what they're capable of doing at JPS. I think their leadership team is more than capable of performing on the tax rate that we set below no new revenue. I believe that when we perform like a business and when times are good, as they are at JPS, you can return those dividends to your shareholders. It just so happens that the shareholders of JPS are the taxpayers of Tarrant County. And so I'm happy to support a rate that's below no new revenue. I believe Board Member Woodard proposed 0.198. I'm open to discussion on what it is, but regardless of what it is, we've got to cut the taxes.
I left one thing out that I meant to say, which is I have been in, and my office have been in contact multiple times with Dr. Duncan. I can tell you Dr. Duncan is a straight shooter. Dr. Duncan is someone that I trust. Dr. Duncan is someone that doesn't try to sugarcoat things, sell you a bill of goods. I have tremendous respect for her, and thank you for working with our office and helping us to know these numbers I presented are accurate. So, thank you.
I agree with you about Dr. Duncan. Commissioner Thickus wants to weigh in. He's got his finger in there.
She is a straight shooter, and when you really look at it from a business point of view, she's done an absolute excellent job. Now, we got extra money, we need to give it back. I agree with that.
But that's why I didn't want to bring Dr. Duncan up here for her to get beat up over something that.
I'm going to unbeat her a minute.
Yeah.
Because somebody got up here and said she made $850 million. I want you to understand that Dr. Duncan probably wouldn't like that job. It would probably take it. Maybe just for a week or two, you know. But she doesn't make $852 million a year. I think it's $850,000. So, which is market for this size hospital in this size market. So,
It's actually below market. It's below what we paid her predecessor, who was not a physician as she is. It is $1 million a year below what Parkland pays its CEO.
The Parkland CEO makes 1.7 million, so we're in the same market.
At any rate, the motion I was going to make was to adopt as an outside tax rate, a not to exceed tax rate for JPS, the same rate that we adopted for Tarrant County, 0.19544.
I think you mean 0.1945.
1945.
Okay, whatever.
So
whatever, the same rate for JPS.
Okay, so my apologies to Commissioner Simmons on thinking that he made the first motion. I am 100% certain this time that he made the first motion. So your motion is to adopt a not to exceed tax rate for JPS of 19.45 cents. Okay.
Correct.
I will second that.
And I'd like to add a couple of things that are not a part of the motion.
Okay.
The CFO at JPS needs to take that $700 million that's dedicated to the bond program and put it in a separate dedicated account. So it's not a part of this big pool of cash. It needs to be segregated. And then we can argue about what the appropriate amount of days of reserves are right for JPS. I'm not sure that 60 days is right, but I'm certain that 300 and whatever it is not right.
All right, we have a motion and a second on the tax rate, on the maximum tax rate only. Any further discussion on that? Because there's still more to do here today. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote there. All right, so that passes unanimously. The next two items I believe we need to do on this only is we need to make a motion, which I will make. I make a motion to receive and file the proposed no new revenue and voter approval tax rates for the Tarrant County Hospital District.
Second.
And the no new revenue rate would be 0.203, the voter 207, the voter approval rate would be 0.259909. All right, so we have a motion and a second to receive and file the no new revenue rate to publish and the voter approval rate. Any further discussion there? All right, seeing none, please cast your votes. Okay, that passes unanimously, and with that, we are going to take a break, have a recess. For those who don't want to come back, you're welcome to go. Thank you for being here, and we are in recess until 12:05. Thank you. this is all the speakers that are left. It may not be. Can you get them to run through it again? See if you can get them to run through it again and try to organize it by item. Okay. I mean, does the briefing cover it? It's kind of in the wrong. The whole point is let's hear what they're doing. All right, welcome back. We're now going to resume. We have completed items A1 and 2 under Roman numeral 8. Item number 3, we are going to move it until after the JPS bond presentation here near the end of the meeting, because part of the presentation covers this topic. So next we go to approval of out-of-state travel requests.
Thank you, Your Honor, members of the court. We have several out-of-state travel requests. I'll just read those very briefly. Commissioner Precinct 2 is going to Washington, D.C. This is for a conference of the Black Caucus Foundation. Public Health is going to 3 conferences and meetings. Some of these are paid for by the conference or the host of the conference, and one is to give a presentation. Staff is requesting that the Commissioners Court approve all 4 of those requests.
Move to approve all the out-of-state travel requests.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously.
And on item number 5, I'm going to ask Mr. Where is Russell? Mr. Shaffer. Come forward.
Good afternoon, Judge and Commissioners. We are seeking receive and file of the 88th session Tarrant County's legislative report. This report contains all of the bills that were passed during the 88th session that have an impact on county government or some piece of county government. So again, we're just seeking this to be received and filed.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to receive and file. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Russell, I was going to say good job, but GK has barred me from complimenting you.
Yeah.
But good job.
Thank you, Commissioner. And also just one other item. Since we have received and filed this, all departments are expected to have reviewed this and make sure they are aware of the changes that are coming down and that will become effective on September 1st or January the 1st. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
I agree with Commissioner Ramirez. Good job, but it ain't over yet.
All right, so the next item is discussion and possible action concerning Tarrant County's TechShare software programs, and then under C1, discussion and possible action related to fiscal year 2023 appropriation adjustments. We're going to take item 6 and item C1, at least the first part of it, the TechShare audit agenda item, kind of merge those in together. Yeah. So do we have anything, staff or Commissioner Simmons, anybody going to address this?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We've been working on TechShare since May 1st, when we started our cutover to that system. So far, everything appears to continue to work. All of the departments that are utilizing it have indicated that they're happy with the results. It's not a perfect system like any, but occasionally there's a blip. but I think overall, from what I've been told, that everything is working. So I would make a motion to cancel the outside audit of TechShare. The proposed outside audit of TechShare.
Okay, we have a motion to cancel the proposed outside audit of TechShare. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, further questions or discussion?
I think the discussion is, this is an implementation audit as it's been explained. And in my perception, we're still implementing TechShare. So if we're to explore this in 9 months, a year, I can absolutely see justifying $150,000 to audit the program after it's fully in the system. But doing it now, I don't see what value we get. Now, if we want to talk about a financial audit of Tarrant County's relationship with TechShare, that's a different conversation. But I think this, as it pertains to an implementation audit, I just think that it's too soon. So let's revisit when it's time, in my opinion.
Okay, so this is more than an implementation audit because, in fact, this county has spent 12 plus years developing this TechShare software, TechShare Court software. So you can talk about an implementation audit, but after you have spent 12 years developing it, it should be near flawless at implementation. I will share with you additional email I continue to receive from end users with updates. It is about the same so far. Judgments still don't populate correctly. You either have to manually manipulate or just not type them right now. I know most of us aren't touching any judgments other than TDCs, and even then some are impossible to create. Revocations and adjudications. It completely changed the type of judgment, so the entire form is wrong. Several issues that have been reported multiple times since the first week are still not correct. Since the first week are still not corrected. People are being held for extended days because the program isn't pulling correct credit time with the jail. We have no way to find out. County credit time, it's a mess. Most of us are only doing what truly has to be addressed immediately and then working on menial tasks like uploading documents. That seems to be the only thing that works consistently. Here's a second one. These have been received in the past 28 days. There have not been any changes. We keep being told updates are being done and nothing improves. Bonds aren't attaching properly. Warrants aren't being executed, so the person is still showing to have active warrants. At times, it seems impossible to tell if a person has an unfiled case or multiple counts. Cases that have been disposed of years ago are moving back to pending status, and cases that are active are moving to disposed status. I can run a report one time, then turn around and rerun it, and the information is different. The clerk's office still can't issue warrants on labor detail defendant. I guess that doesn't matter since Sheriff Wayburn is no longer accepting people with misdemeanor warrants. The dashboard numbers for each court are not accurate. Good employees are finding new jobs because they can't handle it anymore. Not to mention hearing from attorneys, and I know that Judge O'Hare and his staff were at the Tarrant County Criminal Defense Lawyers Association meeting the other week. And this is this is what I was told was discussed at that meeting. I was not there.
Just for the record, I don't know what you're referring to. Has anybody from my office been to what she just described? Yeah, I certainly haven't.
Okay. So it was a group of members of the Criminal Defense Lawyers Association. Maybe it wasn't a formal meeting.
Not that I've been to.
There was discussion that, and these 3 attorneys told me they have had this problem. If attorneys are representing clients, they attempt to go into Texture Court to review the client's file. The attorney's name is not listed as the attorney of record, which is a problem because that means attorneys can't get access to their client's file. There have been issues with kicking lawyers out of Texture Court. There have been issues with setting dockets, as several of those attorneys that stopped by my office shared. Quote, dockets have been replaced, like setting dates. One day you're told to come on a certain date, you arrive and the docket has been changed with no notification. It's crazy. So in light of these continued reports of problems, I do not see one reason why we cannot move forward with an audit and assessment of this TextShare court software. You should want to have it looked at, and if what's being shared with me is wrong information, and I am absolutely wrong with bringing this to the court as a concern, then that's what the audit will show. There's nothing to fear. If it's working, it's working. If it's not, that tells us a story, because in fact, we have spent $65 million on the entire TextShare suite and over $28 million on this software that I'm discussing right now. 12 years to develop this software and $28 million to pay for it, and you still have these complaints. The assessment or audit that has already been approved by this court. It sounds like we're trying to claw it back for some reason. I'm not real sure what we want to hide. We ought to want to get to the truth on this. The $150,000 spend for the assessment is an arbitrary number because, in fact, we have not gone out for a bid. We have not gone out and requested proposals, so we don't know if it'll be $150,000 or $100,000 to get this done. And the last 2 times we had the CUC here, Mr. Dayhill, he returned or gave us rebate checks or refund, however you want to refer to it. The first time he was here, the end of May, 2 checks he handed to GK for over $200,000 each. And then when he was here on the 18th of July. So the funds are there, and we've already approved going out for bid for this audit. If there is nothing to hide, if it is working, then that's what this audit should show.
All right, any other comments or questions? So do we have anybody from the staff or anyone in the district clerk's or county clerk's office that wants to address any of this?
Good afternoon it is, Judge and Commissioners. I'd like to first address the audit. I would identify strongly with Commissioner Ramirez's remarks. The county clerk and I often disagreed strongly with the previous project managers for TechShare. In many ways, a financial audit is in order, but why would you do an audit, as the commissioner said, when we still have something like 170 open tickets? That doesn't make much sense. Now, let me address...
Are you saying there's 170 open tickets right now?
Last week.
Like,
yeah.
What was it a month ago?
It was over 1,000 when we started, and it's gradually come down. This week's report I don't have yet, but there's nothing being hidden here. Every Wednesday, we have a big Teams call that all kinds of issues are aired out. I've seen members of Commissioner Simmons' staff on that call. I don't know why. I would not be a part of some kind of cover-up. And if you go back and look at the minutes, all the meetings, GK was at a lot of these, Chandler, we were not bashful about getting up and pointing out the deficiencies in management, Mary Louise and I both. So what I can tell you today is that after 3 months, I'm frankly happy with the progress. When you look at other implementations that I've been associated with that were not near as complex as this one, some of them, like our e-filing 2.0 from Tyler, that's been on the ground over 2 years, and it's still got some major imperfections. We still have to do manual workarounds on the MDL cases that are put into our county and other things. So a few months here from May 1st to now is not a long time in the world of computers. So that's the best thing that I can tell you at the moment. I'd be happy to answer any questions if you wish.
All right, so
Thank you.
I just have a couple of, I don't know if it's questions or points, but so I think I've made it very clear to everyone in this room that was paying attention that I do not like the whole TechShare setup. I don't like the whole local government corporation. I don't think we have anybody down there that's going to move the ball forward in terms of trying to sell it, which was originally, and I say originally, certainly along the way, multiple times it's been repeated that the whole point of this was so we can recoup our money. We're nowhere near recouping our money. I believe it's $67.5 million spent so far, about $1.5 million received. This is why I don't believe government should get involved in a private business, just like we shouldn't manufacture automobiles, even though we use many of them. But we're there. At this point, I can't okay $150,000 or $100,000 or $50,000 to go do an audit to tell us what we already know, that at this point it is flawed and it has issues, and we know it has issues, but it does seem like from things I have heard from multiple people, it is making progress. Do I wish it was making progress faster? Yes. Do I now trust this and think it's wonderful and great and I'm so glad we did it? Absolutely not. I'm just not willing to spend the money at this point. That does not mean in 6 months or 9 months or whatever it may be, if we are still having significant problems. I have been paying attention to what's happening in Dallas County. I don't think they're in any better of a situation than we are. I think it's probably worse, but I don't know. I'm not on the inside there to understand it. But I'm just not prepared to spend money to go tell us something that I think we know that it is not working perfectly, and I think that's clear as a bell. Maybe we're going to need to go down a different road with TechShare courts later, but we still must address as a court how we are going to deal with TechShare in the future, TechShare courts excluded from what I'm saying there. We have to figure out what we're doing. And we need to make that decision here coming up soon. If it's not in the next 45 days, it needs to be agenda item number 1, workshopped to plan what we're doing after budget to move the TechShare ball down the court or change directions or what we're doing to try to actually get this sold and see if that's even feasible. So, sure. Commissioner Brooks, you have anything? No. Okay.
Okay. So again, we approved an audit. Again, my staff is on just about every TechShare Wednesday call. You are right. There are problems. There have been problems from the beginning. You guys are beginning to open up more on the calls about the problems. And so I appreciate that. We know there are problems. Nobody up here, and neither are you and the county clerk, IT professionals are experts. It behooves us to bring in somebody who is. And if we know it doesn't work, we know it doesn't work. I mean, Stevie Wonder can see that there's a problem here. So it would make sense to bring in somebody. I'm not saying you have anything to hide. If you do not have anything to hide, what is the pushback about? You would say, bring them in. Maybe they can help us figure it out. But to sit up here and say we don't want to spend $150,000, which we don't even know if that's the number, that GK just put that down. That's where that come from, because we haven't gone out for bid. To spend any amount is doing our due diligence. And again, we've already voted for it. So if this fails, then I have another motion.
All right, so we had one person signed up to speak to this item. I don't have the list of them in front of me, but if you signed up to speak to this item, now's your time.
May I have one final comment?
The person who signed up to speak, thank you, is George Dodson. I don't see him in the room, so I may miss him. If George Dodson's here, come on up. If not, it's the only person I had signed up, sir.
I just want to try to correct an impression here. No, I'm not an IT professional in the sense that I have a bunch of initials after my name, but I have long years of experience in this. Plus, my operations manager has an MBA in computer science and 35 years of experience. I don't think you're going to fool him. Jessica Gray, that was here, my county manager this morning, Mark Ward, the criminal manager, these people that are well-versed in this. It's not like we're amateurs or any stretch of the imagination. Thank you.
All right.
And I'll say this one last thing. All of us up here, not anybody else, we are responsible for these taxpayer dollars that have been expended and continue to be expended. And we, those of us who just want to put our heads in the sand, stand to have egg on our face when it is revealed that this software is flawed. It is not working for us.
I take exception to that. It is working. It's working every day. I mean, unless you think every one of these people are lying to you. So, I think it works every day. I don't think there's a system anywhere in the country that is perfect, click, 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 all the time, but I think our system is working, and it will continue to work.
So, quick question, Commissioner Simmons. What is it ultimately that you would like to learn from an audit right now?
What we would like to learn, what I would like to learn from an audit is if this software is providing the feature functionality that we need to connect with our jail, to deal with all of these problems that these end users and attorneys are pointing out. How does this software compare to the Tyler product that most other counties, large and small, are using? It's really that simple, and that's what an assessment will tell us.
So it's got something to do with Tyler.
No, it has something to do.
Which is a total failure with the city of Dallas, a total failure with Dallas County. Dallas County's been working on it since they left our program, and they're in no better shape than the day they left. Okay? I mean, I talk to Commissioner Daniels all the time about this.
And I talk to their county clerk all the time about this. So.
And the county clerk is the one promoting it, and Ms. Daniels would like to change. But, they're in the same boat we're in. Just a different, I'd rather be in our boat than their boat right now.
My point with asking your question was what value does an audit provide to us? If we say we already know we have 170 open tickets, the clerks say we're working through them, it is working for our system. What particular piece of information can an outside consultant provide? Because we're not talking about, like I said, it's two totally separate issues. The financial relationship with TechShare, how we move forward there. I'm 100% agreeing with the judge. We have to get that problem solved. It's a whole different animal. This is just this software implementation. If it wasn't working, people wouldn't be getting in and out of jail. People couldn't get access to the records. I mean, so obviously it's working. The system is working. I'm just asking what value an outside consultant is going to provide to us, because say they expose some flaw, now we're just going to have to pay more money to fix it, correct? Or hire this consultant to fix it if there's a patch or a plug. I'm just trying to figure out what value we can gain from this.
The value tells us that the value that we get from this is that the audit will say too much of these supposed features are not working. You all will probably do good to abandon this software and go purchase something that is tried, true, something off the shelf that already exists. And you can't tell me, because we're the only county that's using TechShare software, TechShare Court software, you can't tell me this is the end-all, be-all. What are other counties using, Commissioner? And so you bring in somebody to run this down, and if they say it's fixable, it's repairable, all you got is 2 or 3 problems, then you keep going with it. If it's not that, then we have got to consider going to purchase what all other 270 counties are using and bring it and quit throwing money at this problematic software.
I will say, I think the action we took as a court was to stop putting money into development. So the rollout, the implementation that they're doing now, they're still working the kinks out. So we can't come out and say that it's a perfect system or that there are 0 implementation issues, because we're only a couple months into it. My point was, I'm not opposed to taking a second look. My opposition is, right now it's far too soon to even come to that conclusion. Because any system, you buy an off-the-shelf system, it's going to take you several months to activate. I remember being on the other side of the user system when we implemented the software with the DA's office. and filing cases as a detective and how problematic it was and how much people hated implementing it. I remember that, but now it works just fine. My concern is, and you are a strong advocate for those who are having issues working in the system, and so maybe that's why there's all this outreach, but I've not heard anything from county employees except for if we've had issues, we've been able to solve them or work through them. Implementation is a bear. Those are the types of issues we've talked about, but nothing that says this is not functioning, the citizens of Tarrant County are not being served well. I've heard nothing like that. So I guess that's just the different perspectives we have. So on implementation, I think we're still in the middle of it.
And so to you, at what point would you be comfortable? Because the bloodletting has to stop at some point.
Well, I think going back, so say we've implemented a software product, say you look a year in the future and you say, okay, we've been at this for a year, we've implemented, now let's go back and make sure that we did everything right. I don't think that that's out beyond the pale. Just like I said, a financial audit of the relationship, saying, did the dollars go where they were supposed to go? That's critical. But the implementation piece, I think looking back and seeing if we did everything right, that's the purpose of an audit.
And so, if in a year, the conclusion is these people continue to email, these attorneys still have the same problems, folks are not bonding out of jail and then sitting there 10 more days, or they're getting out of jail and weren't supposed to get out of jail. At some point, you can stop this boondoggle of a software from making us accessible to lawsuits and everything else. I'm sorry, it's not working. And we know it.
Commissioner Brooks wanted to weigh in.
I've been sitting here, Commissioner Simmons, hoping that you would say something that would allow me to support you in this effort. I have not heard it. Throwing out this software and starting over makes no sense. Hooking up with Tyler Technologies, with whom we've had a worse than bad experience, makes no sense. We're at the point with this software where it's better to stay the course and fix the problems than it is to start over. I cannot cast a vote that would result in us starting over on this software. It just, I can't do it. I'm sorry, I can't do it.
Hey, that's okay. This, if it were Lisa bringing these problems to you, that would be one thing. These are people who are in our courts, in our jail. These are our employees who have brought this to me. This is nothing I invented or came up with. Perhaps to address your question, you haven't heard anything, because I have been an advocate. I've taken the time. I've gotten in there to see and learn what they're talking about. Perhaps folks are more comfortable coming to me. That's why I know. I didn't go seek this out. You understand? Mm-hmm. And so if that's not, if our staff's concerns are not good enough for you, I understand. But at one day, I am going to be able to say, I told you so. And I don't think, and you want to say these are two things, I don't think you can profess to be fiscally responsible, conservative, I don't think you can profess to care about our staff and you don't have the sensitivity to say, wow, those things sound pretty disturbing. Maybe we bring somebody in here to take a look at this. You know, we have thrown $150,000 at a good number of things. I don't think we should have. This impacts us financially in a number of ways. We're going to get sued. So anyway, I can count. I can count, and so we can move on. But I will say I told you so.
And Alicia, from my perspective, I truly appreciate your passion for this, because you told me, you know, when you find something, you grab hold of it and you don't let go until you accomplish what you're asked to accomplish. And I can appreciate it. One of the things that I think is unusual is that this has been going on since May 1st. I was in the courthouse on May 1st or 2nd. It was Sunday. And on that Sunday, you were asking, or one of your staff was asking for an on-site audit right now. Okay? I thought that was extreme. I mean, this is their first or second day there, and you were asking for an audit. During this time period, from May 1st till today, not one person has come up here at that podium and supporting what you're saying.
I understand. These people have jobs.
And I know you want to keep a level of confidentiality.
Yes.
But, you know, if it's, I mean, this isn't rocket science. If this is something that is really an issue to these people, how well can they serve their client if they can't even come down here and tell us they got a problem?
Oh, I understand. You have got to have courage to put your job on the line. You really do. And so I'm not going to...
Well, attorneys, are you talking about our DA's attorneys?
No.
Or outside attorneys?
Oh, outside attorneys. And I'm really talking about our court clerks and coordinators and those folks. That's who I'm really talking about. You know, so like I said, I can count. And so it is unfortunate for this county, and it's unfortunate for, as Commissioner Ramirez likes to call them, our incredible employees, that they have to continue to endure this software. So, but again, we voted to do an outside audit. I say we stick with that, but a motion has been made to rescind that.
All right, we have a motion and a second to reject the audit at this time. With no further, if there is further discussion, fire away. If not, please cast your vote. All right, vote cast. Okay, so the motion carries 4-1. On another item, I guess it's the same item, I am 100% in favor of revisiting the performance of TechShare courts, but not every single meeting. And so I would like to see this removed as a standing item. We can schedule this. We can schedule to bring this back up and talk about it in 3 months. But to have it on the agenda every single meeting over and over and over, I don't think is doing anything. I don't even know if that would require a motion. I guess you can visit with court members, but weigh in on this one.
You can feel free to take it off. You can remove it.
Anybody opposed to removing it? Okay. You mentioned another motion. If this one failed?
Yes, but I can count, so
okay.
That's okay.
All right. So that is item 6, and then now moving to C1, the first part of C1. The next part of C1, there's different appropriation adjustments. And Helen, you'll address that specifically. I'd like you to explain to me the UNT item.
The FEMA grant expenses.
Say it again.
The FEMA grant expenses. Yes. So that is a UNT Health Science contract that was implemented approximately 2.5 years ago. Maybe longer than that, for UNT Health Science to give shots, COVID shots, to those in areas that were being underserved at that time. The contract was canceled, and this is the remaining expenses. We've been working with FEMA and TDM to try to get reimbursement for all or a part or $1, and that's not been successful. Yesterday, I believe yesterday morning, there was one more meeting with TDM, FEMA, and Horn, and they are in agreement that that they do not believe they will be reimbursing us for any or part of this grant. So it is sitting on our books. The expenses have gone out the door. We've paid UNT Health Science, who subcontracted with other vendors. And but what hasn't happened is the finalization of closing the grant. So we need to move money to that grant to close it out.
Okay. All right, if there's other questions on that, fire away. If not, I know you were going to talk about more things on here.
Well, these are items that are, again, the ones that may require action. On the undesignated, the 1.25, that included $150,000. So any removing that from the undesignated, there's $1 million that needs to be moved over to confinement due to the population. The food contract is accelerating, so they need to be able to pay the vendor for the meals anticipated through the end of September. That is the $1 million there. And then on Central Garage, there is a need for vehicle maintenance. That's $100,000, and that's what's currently in our general fund.
Okay.
So I am seeking approval of the appropriation adjustments with possible action with the modification of removing the $150,000 for the TechShare audit.
Move for approval.
We have a motion to approve the appropriation adjustments as presented, less the $150 on the audit. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any further discussion on this? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up, we have elections, and I made an incorrect statement earlier that I want to correct. I don't know why I said it. I was just looking at the reserves for the county and what the Government Standards Board requires. We actually do 90 days reserves, not 60 days reserves. The Government Board recommends 60, but we do 90, so I wanted to correct that.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning. Commissioners. So I've made it to workday 13, and here I I'm here this afternoon to request that the Commissioners Court authorize us changing our pro rata fees for each entity participating in the November elections to using the cost-sharing formula that we currently use for other elections like our May election. And to clarify and try to give you an idea what that really means and looks like, in the upcoming November election, we are estimating, and I'm going to say estimate again, a cost of about $3 million to run that election. With the current formula as is today, the 13 entities that are participating will pay in total $1,040 of those expenses, leaving $2.999 million of the election to the county. If we switch to the cost-sharing model that we use for other elections, those 13 entities will pay approximately $750,000 of the cost of the November election, leaving the county to foot the bill for $2.25 million of the November election.
Okay. Any questions for Mr. Ludwig?
Just briefly tell us what's involved in this November's election.
So the November election it's the constitutional election that the governor just ordered. Actually, he put the order out last Friday, I believe, for the constitutional amendments. And then we have 13 entities that are going to be contracting with us for things that they want to also have on the ballot.
Such as bond issues or?
There's bond issues, changes to, I think white settlement is the big one. They have 11 things. We got mayor's elections, council place elections, things like that.
Just various stuff.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Any further questions for Mr. Ludwig? All right, I'll make a motion to authorize the election administration to charge entities a pro rata fee to participate in the November elections.
Second.
We have a motion, a second. Any further discussion? Please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Next up, we go to Human Resources, receiving and filing the personnel agenda.
Move to receive and file the personnel agenda.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Any discussion there? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote.
Good afternoon.
All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have purchasing. Melissa. We have a host of purchasing.
Yes, this is our busy time. Good afternoon. We have 18 remaining items for your consideration. The first item is an award recommendation regarding bid number F 2023-199. You have in your red folder the results of the sale of the recycled paper for 40-plus tons of sorted white ledger, 40-plus tons of sorted office paper, and 20-plus tons of old corrugated cardboard paper for facilities management, awarding to the high bidder, Evergreen Fiber Sales, per unit price.
Move approval.
All right, we got a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Item 2.
The second item is also an award recommendation for bid number F 2023-121. This is our annual contract for preventative maintenance on ice machines, dispensers, walk-in coolers, walk-in freezers, and facilities management, awarding to Alpha Mechanical Contractors, LLC, per unit price, hourly rate, and markup for parts.
All right.
Move approval.
I'll second. So we have a motion and a second to approve item 2. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Number 3.
This is also an award recommendation for RFP 2023-122. This is our annual contract for outpatient treatment services for juveniles with sexual behavior problems for juvenile services, awarding to Bettering Myself with counseling within Counseling Center. And if approved, we're asking also for contract approval.
I'm not familiar with this agency. What kind of due diligence have you done on them?
He'll be right back.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. Better myself, this is their second renewal with us. We've had them for 3 years. They really came on at a time when we lost several of our vendors. We used to have about 5 vendors. We're down to 1 person responding. So they've been able to take care of all our needs for kids with sexual behavior issues, and they've done a commendable job at this point. They're out of Crowley, Texas.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item 3. Any further discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Item 4 has been removed for a future meeting, so we move to item 5.
This is RFP award recommendation for RFP 2023-157. This is our annual contract for a large format overhead scanner for the Office of Historical Preservation and Archives, awarding to Image Retrieval Incorporated per contract terms.
Move approval.
Second. Brief note on this one. I want to appreciate Kristen Camarano for giving us an explanation whenever we had questions about this. It is more cost efficient to go ahead with this contract than to outsource. So we've already looked at it.
So unless I misunderstood you, it sounded like you said this was an annual contract.
Yes, we included the renewal options for the maintenance.
Okay, but we're purchasing the machine.
We're purchasing the
Yes.
machine, but
Okay.
it also includes the annual maintenance.
Gotcha. Okay.
For the next.
Did we already move and have a second?
Yep.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Next up, 6.
This is also an award recommendation for RFP number 2023. I'm sorry, am I on the right one? Yes. 2023-161, annual contract for defendant paid breath and alcohol testing services for CSCD, awarding to the various primary and secondary vendors listed per contract terms.
I noticed this best and final offer was requested, and I appreciate that. Can you explain to me exactly how that works?
On this particular one,
Or whether it's this one or not, just tell me how the best and final offer process works.
yes. So after the proposals, we sit down with the vendors and request a best and final negotiation for price or anything else in addition that we may have left out, like maybe including additional services. But for the most part, we try to negotiate price
Do we always do that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Do we have a motion?
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for approval. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Next up, number 7.
This is an award recommendation regarding bid number F 2023-167. This is our annual contract for fleet fuel cards and management services, awarding to James River Solutions, LLC, per unit price.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item 7. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Number 8.
The next item is an award recommendation regarding RFP number F 2023-168. This is our annual contract for psychological, psychiatric, psychosexual evaluations for CSCD, awarding to Psychotherapy Services and York Fellows per contract terms.
What is a psychosexual evaluation?
I don't know. Corey will be right up.
It's evaluation of people that may have sexual deviancy.
Good morning, Judge. Okay. So, Judge, it's a statutorily required assessment for defendants who have been convicted of sex offenses.
Gotcha. Okay.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any discussion here? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Number 9.
The next item is an award recommendation regarding bid number F 2023-169. This is our annual contract for preventative maintenance and repair of standby generator equipment for facilities management, awarding to Diversified Power Systems Incorporated per unit price, per hourly rate, and markup for parts.
Move approval.
Second.
We had a lot of these generators go down.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Number 10.
This is an award recommendation for bid number F 2023-172. This is our annual contract for clinical polygraph services for CSCD, awarding to Wood and Associates Polygraph Services, LLC, per contract terms.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item 10. Any discussion? Please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Number 11.
This is regarding bid number F 2023-174. This is our annual contract for multi-mission protective equipment for the Sheriff's Office, awarding to GT Distributors Incorporated per unit price and discount from list price. This is a new contract.
Okay, I'll move to approve. Do we have a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, this fails 4-1. I'm sorry, passes 4-1. So it's a super vote. Yeah, passes 4-1. All right, next up is item number 12.
Bid number F 2023-176. This is our annual contract for gun range service for Sheriff's Office, awarding to the various primary vendors listed per unit price.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve item 12. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Item 13.
The next item is a request for approval to conduct negotiations for RFQ number 2023-135. This is our annual contract for construction, material testing, and geotechnical engineering services for facilities management, awarding to the various vendors listed per contract terms.
Move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item 13. Any discussion here? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously.
The next item is a request for approval to conduct negotiations for RFQ number 2023-143. This is our annual contract for oil and gas mineral asset management services for county-owned property for the Administrator's Office, awarding to the various vendors listed.
All right, move to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and a second. Any discussion?
I would be curious to know what the county's annual revenue is from its mineral rights. What does that amount to?
Well, we've got that number in hand just a second. Of course, it fluctuates depending on what the value at the wellhead is. Okay. So it looks like about $272,449 as of June 30th of this year.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, please vote. Passes unanimously. Item 15.
This is a contract renewal regarding RFP number 2020-178. This is our annual contract for elevator maintenance, repair, and replacement parts for facilities management with Southwest Elevators, LLC, to exercise our third option for renewal with a 5% increase, which is allowed per contract terms.
Move approval.
Second.
Now we have a motion and a second to approve item 15. Any further discussion? All right, please vote. Passes unanimously. 16.
This is another contract renewal regarding RFP number 2021-137. This is our annual contract for jail system food services for the Sheriff's Office, with the primary and secondary vendors listed to exercise our second option for renewal with a price redetermination, which is allowed based upon the Consumer Price Index, the terms of the contract.
No news on jail food services is good news. So I move approval.
Second.
Now, we have a motion and a second to approve item 16. Any discussion? All right, please vote.
All good.
Passes unanimously. Item 17.
This is an approval of invoice payments for a four-part citation book for four-part citation books for the Constable Precinct 5 to Johnson's Press. Work was performed without prior authorization.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve item 17. Any discussion?
I'll just say I appreciate the constable reaching out once the, I guess, mistake was found and kind of going through it and explaining it. So I trust it won't happen again.
All right, we have a motion and a second on item 17. With no discussion, please vote. All right, passes unanimously. And item 18.
This is also an approval of an invoice payment for on-site tire repair services for Precinct 1 maintenance to Krauser Tire and Services. The vendor was not on contract at this point when this service was rendered. They are currently on contract now, but this was prior to.
All right, move to approve.
Second.
And a second. Any discussion? All right, please vote. Passes unanimously. Item 19.
This is a request to take bids and RFPs for items A and B. The first item A is RFP for annual contract for Central Jewelry Room audiovisual system renovation. And item B is our annual contract for printing and mailing of voter registration certificate cards, confirmation notices, and pre-printed stock.
Move approval of items A and B.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve items 19A and B. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you.
All right, if we have any money left, County Judge and Commissioners up next.
I'd move to approve an interlocal agreement between the City of Westover Hills and Tarrant County for an asphalt overlay of the road. So item O1, A, and B.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second for item O1, A, and B. Any discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Next, we have appointments to various boards and commissions. Commissioner Simmons.
Yes, I do have an appointment to the Sexually Oriented Business Permit and License Review Board, Denise Wilkerson. You have her resume there before you.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to appoint Denise Wilkerson to the Sexually Oriented Business Board. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. Any other appointments to boards or commissions? All right, seeing none, we move to approval of bonds and certificates of self-insurance. I don't think there are any, which brings us to the claims and addendum.
Move approval of the claims, including the addendum.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the claims and addendum. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. Passes unanimously. All right, now we have several briefing items. First up is the Tarrant County Hospital District Board bond package and district activities update. And we have an agenda item that was bypassed for this. So we will take that up after this presentation.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I'm Derek Walls. I'm with the Broadus Levis team. We're the program managers for the bond program. So what I'm going to take you through is just a brief kind of up to date to bring you up to date on where we are with the bond program. So if you've got any questions, please let me know. So I'm not going to go into a whole lot of detail of the history, but this goes back to even past 2009. But there was a lot of work that was put in early, really starting in 2016, where the Blue Ribbon Committee was put together, and they formed a citizens group that put a report together. And I'm on actually on page 3. If you have this in front of you. And so that Blue Ribbon Committee spent about a year working on that, on what the needs were at the hospital and seeing how the JPS hospital system needs to be moving forward into the future. So that was the Blue Ribbon report, was completed in 2017. Then the bond program went up on the ballot, was passed by 80+%. And so able forward, the next steps in 2019 was to put an RFQ out, and that was for the project management services that went out at the end of 2019. We got on board. We were selected along with we're the Broadus Levis team. We had several sub-consultants part of that team, including Cumming, who did cost estimating, PricewaterhouseCoopers, who also did the financial modeling for us, and several other consultants that worked with us using the Blue Ribbon report as the basis and kind of the basis of where we started. And then, so quite a bit of time had passed, so we wanted to make sure that that was updated. Also during that time, JPS did a very extensive facility assessment of their existing hospital, the existing infrastructure, mechanical, electrical, plumbing systems, to see where those systems were. As we probably know, there's quite a few facilities at JPS that are dated. They have facilities that date back to 1938 and renovations and additions throughout. So there was an in-depth review of those existing systems that was also taken into account as we got started. The work that was outlined in the RFQ that we responded to was a two-phased approach. The first phase was supposed to be a year of developing the master plan, revised master plan. And during that time, it was determined that the county and JPS wanted to move ahead with two projects early because for several reasons, but the needs in the community. So we moved ahead with the Psychiatric Emergency Center project. We also moved ahead with the Medical Home Southwest. So those are two projects that were included that were supposed to be really kind of shifted to a little bit later date, but the decision was made to move forward, so we did that. That was the work that we did in the first year. Then after, we're in the implementation phase where the Broadus Levis team, amongst other consultants, are involved in the implementation of those projects. So we're working through that right now. So we're in that implementation phase. On the next page, page 4, there was a executive steering committee that comprised of commissioner, judge, JPS executives. We're part of that, board members, and we met on a monthly basis throughout that year, working through the information and making decisions moving forward with the bond program. So during that time, I understood that due to a lot of factors of what was needed in the scope of services, also with cost escalation and things like that, that $1.5 billion was the number, the cost of what was analyzed, what was needed for the bond program. So as you know, there was $800 million from the bond and then $700 million that's being contributed from JPS. So that's as we are moving forward right now. We've already started that drawdown, which was in February of this year, moving forward with that, those funds to fund the projects that we see that are broken up into really two phases. And I'll talk about those two projects, or those two phases coming up. But
just a question on that, with the finance phases, are we using bond debt first, or are we using operating cash first? What's coming in, or is it a mixture of both?
It's a mixture of both.
Okay.
Mixture of both. So on the next page, this shows the phases that we're working in with phase 1 with the Psychiatric Emergency Center, the medical home. There's a lot of infrastructure work that we're doing with expanding of the parking garage, central energy plant, the renovation expansion of the existing pavilion building, which is really critical to the project because that's where the new hospital will tie into the hospital, to the existing hospital, as well as fix some issues and also allow for expansion to the emergency department as well as the surgery department. So that's a very critical project that we're in the design phase right now. And then with the medical office building, and that's where the ambulatory surgery center and all the outpatient services will be in the medical office building. So phase 2 of that will be the hospital itself, the new tower. So that's in phase 2. So on the next page, this is how the projects are broken down, the cost of each one of those projects. And then it also lists where we are with the consultants that we have on board for those projects and when they were selected. So as you can tell, we've got the Psychiatric Emergency Center that's under construction with Beck and Bond Construction. The Medical Home Southwest is also, the difference in that project is that was a design-build project. It's a different contracting method, but that was to help expedite that project, help move that project along. Parking, and we're working through the design currently of a 2,600 stall parking garage that's going to go on the campus. So the other projects are in that process with a central energy plant. We're working towards getting Jacobs on board to get started on the design, but the other projects are working towards bringing those in front of y'all for final selection to get those design teams and construction teams started on the projects. I also wanted to show and emphasize about the budgets and the estimates that we put together for the project. We use Cumming Corporation. They're nationally recognized for doing cost estimating. They also were on board during the Blue Ribbon, so they had a lot of familiarity with the campus and with the cost. Part of that that's included in the budget for each one of these projects is a contingency amount of 10% for that project, as well as the escalation that's anticipated for that project. So that's as we know it today. We're constantly reviewing that, analyzing that. We analyze the project's scope, the estimates on a weekly, monthly, and quarterly basis to make sure where we are. As we know that it's a market right now that's still a little bit unpredictable. We went through a lot over the last couple of years, but with the amount of construction that's taken place in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, that's something that we're constantly having to monitor and keep track of, is what is that cost escalation on the projects.
But everything that you have on this list in phase 1 is actively being worked on.
Correct. Correct.
So on the medical office building, it says we're pending award. Do we have a person yet or a firm that we have?
We're going to be bringing that. That went through the JPS planning committee. It went through the board this past Thursday. So I'll be working with GK and his team to get that on the calendar for interviews.
I think staging and pacing wise, it makes sense to focus on that simply because that's a revenue center. All of our outpatient services help provide revenue that's not tax revenue to JPS. So
right.
That could be a priority.
It is. And next we'll look at the campus and you'll see how the phasing, I think if it was up to JPS, if we could do all these projects immediately. However, there's several factors that having that much construction on the campus at one time is very disruptive. But the medical office building is going to be tied to the new parking garage, and as soon as we can get that up, you're right, the better. So that also houses the ambulatory surgery center that takes pressure off of the existing surgery department. So that one is a critical project to get up and running. That's a good point. This is an aerial view. You're kind of hovering over Magnolia, looking towards the south and to the west, but this is how the campus exists today. However, there's already some changes where we are under construction with the Psychiatric Emergency Center that is adjacent to the TSP building that you see on the far right. That parking, that surface parking, will all be taken up by a new Psychiatric Emergency Center, and that is one of those projects that's desperately needed to relieve the pressure on the existing psychiatric emergency that's up on the 10th floor. Also, where the old, we call it the old St. Joe's site, that's where you see the green space. That's where the new hospital is going to go, but in the interim, that's where temporary parking will be located, because the new parking garage is going to take up space. You'll see this in just a second on the slide, but next to where you see the JPOC buildings, that's where the new parking is going to go. So we have to have the temporary parking in order to have a relief to where those cars can go. So that's a use of the space until we're ready to build the hospital. This is an image of what the future will look like at JPS. So you can see the Psychiatric Emergency Center that will be constructed up there by Trinity Springs. The new parking garage is on the kind of the lower left, with the medical office building that we were just talking about right there along Magnolia and Main Street. The new hospital towers will be constructed, like I said, at the old St. Joe's site. Those are 2 towers that'll have 588 new beds. And the other project that I was mentioning was the expansion of the pavilion project, which is the connector and also expands surgery and the emergency department. And just behind that, you can't see it well, but that's the new central energy plant. So this is what the future of the campus will look like. These are reports that we put out on a monthly basis that show the status of projects. This is the medical home. It gives the JPS leadership, the board, the opportunity to look and see where we are in a snapshot each month of the projects. So we're tracking the cash flow, the forecasted cash flow of the projects. We're also tracking the schedule and tracking the budget and what's going on existing on the project. And I think this is one where the work package number 2 that y'all are going to be discussing about this. But the work package 2 is really very important. Currently, we're drilling piers on the site, and so with the work package 2 will enable us to continue without any delays or cost to the project. So it is very important that we can still continue to move forward. Otherwise, we're going to incur costs for having a contractor not doing the work. So it's really important that we can move forward with that work package.
I know that these reports monthly are posted on some website. Would you tell us where we can find those reports?
Yes, sir. Currently, those are brought to the board, but we can make sure that we get those where you can have access to those.
And this, what Derek was talking about, this is going to be the action that we're going to request. Is that the second part of the Southwest Medical Home?
Right. Thank you. And then last, this is the dashboard. We call it the dashboard for the Psychiatric Emergency Center. So you can see that we started construction on that, and again, how we're tracking this. We have also, this is a dashboard, kind of a one-page snapshot, but we also have more detail on a monthly report that we put together working with the JPS staff. And that's what I have for an update.
All right, thank you. If you have questions for him on the presentation, now is the time. We also have the item that we skipped for this, which is item 8A3, approval of a work package authorization agreement between Tarrant County Hospital District and Byrne Post-LA joint venture for the Southwest project.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
So, members of the court, we can now move to item B. This is the Solar for All. It's an EPA project. Mr. Schaffner is here to address the court. Commissioner Simmons, this is an item that you brought up previously.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Manias. Judge and Commissioners, staff is here today to brief the Commissioners Court on the Solar for All program and seek direction on how the Commissioners Court would like us, if you would all like us to proceed with this program. So I'll go over some high-level briefing items and then seek your direction. And I also believe there are a number of public comments for this item as well. So as part of the Inflation Reduction Act that Congress passed last year, there was $20 billion for the Greenhouse Gas Emissions Fund. And that $20 billion has been divided up into 3 different programs. One of those programs is the Solar for All. The EPA estimates that they're going to issue award 60 grant applications of between $25 and $400 million each to make up that $7 billion across. They're looking at generally 1 per state, territories, and then for tribal nations. So the grant application is due on September 26th. The required notice of intent was due yesterday. So because it was due yesterday, Tarrant County cannot go apply for this grant outside of an already existing entity that has supplied or submitted an NOI, the required notice of intent. So one thing on the 3rd page of the memo, I wanted to kind of run through for you all the types of activities or financing activities that are allowed under this program. Generally, there are 5 that can be kind of 5 components to it. Associated storage. This is more or less battery backups that we see either in individual homes or in larger entities to be able to store the solar power from the solar facilities. Enabling upgrades. These are things that whenever you're going into a facility, whether it be a residence or a larger facility, to go in and update wiring and all the necessary components to where it can be safe and also to accept the solar power. You can't have the enabling upgrades can be no more than 20% of the grant activity or funding. Residential rooftop solar, we discussed that a little bit last time. And then also community solar. Community solar is an area that would allow the county or through a subrecipient to work on larger programs that would benefit entire communities. And that could be through equipping low-income housing facilities with solar to reduce their costs, or looking at nonprofits, county facilities who have a resiliency component to this that is also allowable under the grant. So a Texas coalition has been created. Harris County is the lead agency on it. They have submitted the NOI that was required. To give you an idea of kind of where their membership is for the Solar for All Texas Coalition, Dallas County, the City of Austin, and Austin Energy, City of San Antonio, and the San Antonio Housing Authority called Opportunity Home, and then as well as other areas of the Gulf Coast, and then a South Texas Border Coalition that's being worked through a nonprofit organization called TEPRO, T-E-P-R-I. So those are kind of the scale of who is being involved with this as we move forward. Staff did issue findings as we were looking through this. This is a historic program. This is not something that has been done before. If we do not join a coalition, since where we are with the NOI and the grant application, we will not be able to. We potentially may not be able to access these funds. Yeah. It's going to depend on how the grant award applications actually are structured, and we're not going to know that for several months. we can still join part of the coalition. Harris County is very open to that as we move forward. And the last part that I think is important, and Commissioner Simmons, I want to thank you and your staff publicly for helping us to wrap our heads around as staff this program. This is something that's outside of any expertise of the county, of anyone that's inside the county. And so working through this, it has been a bit of a stretch to understand it completely, to be able to present it the best that we can, simply because it's so far outside of our general core business, if you will. So with that, I know that Ms. Leah King is here from United Way and wanted to make a couple comments about a potential partnership opportunity. If it's okay for
Well, I got a couple questions.
Yes,
for you,
sure.
Chris.
Yes.
On this program specifically, is it structured from the federal government that it has to be independent counties or independent nonprofits that apply? Why did the state of Texas or COG not take the lead on that?
So I'm not for sure why the state of Texas did not apply, but they were an eligible entity. The state was, as well as COGs and nonprofit organizations are. They also have a model. Those, I don't believe those NOIs are due till later on, to where it can be a multi-state nonprofit that would be engaged, that would be doing work in multiple states.
But you're saying a nonprofit can directly apply for this? It doesn't
Yes, sir.
have to be a governmental entity?
Yes, sir. But the problem at the moment is whether or not they have submitted the NOI as of yesterday. So if they submitted the NOI, that could be a potential for us to add our geographic area into that application. If they did not submit the NOI, then we would not be able to do so.
To your knowledge, the state of Texas did not submit an NOI?
To my knowledge, the state of Texas has not.
So I have a question for you. Under the potential programs part of your
Yes, sir.
memo, or whatever you would call this, it says one of the potential programs that the county could work with coalition members to apply for may include the county owns the solar facilities that provides power to a nonprofit. So walk me through how that would work.
So the county could own the facilities and then sell it back to, whether it be a nonprofit organization or somebody that has a power sharing agreement that can put more or less the power onto the Encore grid. And so we would own the facility, and then the funds that we would receive from that from the solar that's being generated, we would then apply back to the community, to certain areas of the community, to lessen their utility costs. Because the goal of the program is to reduce individuals' utility costs, especially those who are low income.
So the staff is not sitting here today suggesting that we go start owning our own solar storage.
No, I think that might be applicable is when you look at the city of Austin. Austin Energy is a division of the city of Austin, and they are a generator of electricity. They have their own plants. And so if the city would be part of that, the city of Austin could collect that, increase their electric output, and then push that back into the ERCOT system.
So is the thing today is direction from the court on whether or not the court should approve Tarrant County to join the coalition?
That is ultimately, yes, sir. We need to know
who's in the coalition.
So Harris County is the lead agency. Dallas County has done an MOU, as well as City of Austin, San Antonio, and then that group of South Texas counties.
Okay.
Are there any other coalitions that have formed in the state?
Not that I'm aware of. That has been county and municipal focused.
Are there any nonprofits that have formed coalitions?
Not that I'm aware of.
So the only application, or the only NOI that's been submitted for the entire state of Texas is from Harris County?
That I'm aware of. There may be others out there, but from the folks I've been talking to, we're not aware of others that have entered into this space.
Anybody else in North Texas that's done it?
Nothing aware of.
So Russell, if we would move forward with participation in the coalition, that would just simply move the ball down the field, right?
Correct.
And then would we have the option if we wanted to do a particular program or not? We would still have that option that would come back to court for their approval.
So if you want to move forward with the coalition, we would bring back next meeting an MOU to formally engage with this process. It'd be an MOU between Tarrant County and Harris County to become part of the applicant. We would then, in earnest, begin to create create programs that we would then submit as part of Harris County's application. What those programs would be, and that is one area that we could talk about, also receiving direction about what types of programs we would then submit to be part of that application, to be sent to the feds. The feds would then award the funds if the application is chosen, and then we would draw down those funds to do those activities that we stated that we were in as part of the application.
Maybe this is a better question for Ms. King when she comes up, but can United Way of Tarrant County join Harris County's coalition?
Theoretically, probably so.
To serve as Tarrant County? Okay, so maybe a question for Ms. King.
Okay. Any other questions for Russell at this point? Okay, the last one I have. At this point, do you have any estimate, guess, as to the cost to Tarrant County to do this, knowing you don't get money to cover any of the administration until a grant is approved?
Correct. So we, as part of, so the components that I went over, there is a fifth component, which is administrative and technical assistance, which can be up to 20% of the grant award. So let's say we get awarded $10 million. We could use up to $2 million of that for technical assistance and administrative costs. But you are correct. One of the items that we would have to work through, and I know the partners are working through it with Harris County. Harris County is contracted with a firm called HARC, H-A-R-C, to work on modeling and develop out these packages on what type of activities, what type of programs that the counties and participants are submitting to the EPA. So there would be some sort of cost. We'd probably end up with an ILA between us and Harris County to pay for whatever portion that we used of that contract.
And we have no idea at this point what that cost would be.
Yes, sir. I can't even speculate.
And so we could, whatever this cost is, fund the cost and then not be rewarded any grant at all.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Ms. King, would you like to speak here?
Judge and Commissioners, appreciate the opportunity. Just wanted to share a couple of comments. Leah King, President and CEO of United Way of Tarrant County, and wanted to express our support for this. Let me just give you a couple of points, and I think that will answer some of the other questions that you have, and I'll get to the first one in terms of United Way applying on our own. We look at and participate in a number of federal and state grant opportunities all the time. Something like this is stronger to be part of a coalition, a large coalition. We can absolutely lead it, but we will not be able to compete with the coalition that's developed out of Harris County that includes, as Russell mentioned, other large counties. And, if you put those organizations up alongside and evaluate them versus United Way of Tarrant County, it's just not going to be as strong, which is why we want to come alongside the county and provide our support and resources should that be desired and necessary. So, just to reiterate, we support and facilitate programs like this on a regular basis. We really think that a collaborative approach is something that the federal government is looking for. There are literally tens of billions of dollars that's available, and Tarrant County residents deserve our share of that. With the other members, particularly Dallas County, being part of this coalition, if they do get awarded any of these funds, that money would stop essentially at the Dallas and Tarrant County line. I want us to at least have a shot at getting some of the resources, and we can't have a shot if we don't become part of the coalition. The answer to the question on how much it costs really is dependent upon how much is awarded to the coalition, assuming that the coalition gets awarded. There are often times that there are expenses to apply for things. That is very common, whether in the nonprofit sector, and I'm sure you see that oftentimes in the government sector. But until we know how many people, how many counties will participate in the overall coalition, know the dollar amount, then that can estimate that. And at that point, if the court says, we're not interested, we don't want to go any further, we don't want to commit any resources, then so be it. I'm just here to say I want us to fight for all the money that we can for Tarrant County residents, particularly for those who are low to moderate income.
If we did something like this, do you think United Way is in a position to administer the programs, design the program offerings, and really, like you said, take the lead on running the whole thing. Because as Russell mentioned, we don't have any expertise in the county to do something like that. Do you think United Way of Tarrant County could essentially, if we join to apply for this, if we're awarded any type of grant money, essentially just United Way have at it, design these programs and run them?
It's why we're here. It's part of the core competency of our organization. It's what we do every day. We review, we send out RFPs, we evaluate the RFPs with qualified volunteers who are within each particular industry. So, for example, we have a program in partnership currently with Tarrant County for youth gun violence prevention. We issued RFPs for that particular program. We brought in people from community and from neighborhood who are most impacted by that. They scored the applications, they made the recommendations for award funds, and then we're responsible for administering those, collecting the reports, and then sending them and submitting them back to the county. The county reviews and audits those reports on a monthly basis and tells us this is great or we need a little bit more information there. So we already have a rhythm and routine at working on large-scale things with Tarrant County and other municipalities throughout North Texas.
I would like to suggest that we should join this coalition in partnership with United Way. It will preserve the option for the citizens of Tarrant County to benefit from whatever federal money comes down for solar energy. We can't play if we're not at the table. Just because we're at the table, it doesn't obligate us to do anything we don't want to do. But if we're not at the table, then we're not in line for any of the benefits. So we ought to join. We ought to join in partnership with United Way and get in there and help shape what's going on so that the citizens of Tarrant County will be well served.
Where's the city of Fort Worth? You said Austin has joined in on this coalition. Where are they on this?
The city is interested, and they would likely come along as a coalition partner. I've frankly been more interested in seeing the county because I'm United Way of Tarrant County and not United Way of Fort Worth. And so I want to see residents throughout the county be able to benefit. Should the county come on board, then I would take a little bit more proactive measure to go and speak with some of the larger cities within the area.
Russell, did you do any research, find out if Fort Worth is interested?
Not for the city of Fort Worth, but the city of Arlington has expressed interest.
Thanks.
Okay, we do have.
Do you have a motion?
We have several
I don't think
speakers
it's
also.
agendized for that.
Can I make a? I was going to ask them if they're talking. So is a motion appropriate, GK?
Not appropriate. We're going to ask direction from the court, though. And
Okay.
we'll take that and prepare the necessary documents for next week.
Go ahead and do it.
We do have several people signed up to speak. Oh, are you still going?
Well, I was going to say I recommend we move forward.
So we have speakers. If we're okay to get to those, the first one is John Kent.
Before we do that, Russell, did you have any other comments on what we might need to do yet today?
Yes, do we join the coalition? And again, we'll bring back the MOU next week, or on the 29th, the next meeting. And two, working through the memo in the different types of activities, are there any activities that the court wants to see us prioritize as we develop out the application? I know that last time we had quite a bit of discussion about rooftop solar and some of the complications that would be associated with that. Would the court want us to focus more on community-based options?
Yes.
And in those types of opportunities, that direction would be helpful. So to make sure that staff is hitting the nail on the head.
Right. We'll all have a chance to weigh in here after the speakers. So John Kent is up. Is Mr. Kent here? All right, I don't see Mr. Kent. How about James Gerkovic?
Commissioner, it's an honor to be before you today. It was July 2nd, 1902, when the modern era of Texas history was introduced here in Tarrant County, led by Tarrant County, when the all-electric interurban line began. When it comes to solar and our program that we had since 2021 in regards to 3 schools and the introduction of solar power on those schools at Wansagine and Timberview, as well as TCC Southeast. Now, these schools represent what this basically is, but it's more of a public-private partnership as well, so we're not so beholden upon federal government dollars, and it's based upon what's going on out in Tucson, Arizona. We have a school district out there that has 83 solar facilities that pay for 68%, I believe, of all the electrical energy for the district, which has provided a significant amount of more money to devote to the schools. Now, when you're looking at the 3 schools in southern Arlington there, every single one of them are built net positive, which would provide a significant amount of revenue. It'd be a revenue generator for the county and the city of Arlington, potentially. Now, we have a design for that, and the public part of it and the private part of it is in regards to Constellation Energy, the largest green energy producer that's here in, well, the world, I believe, and they're right here in Tarrant County. Now, moving forward with this is a absolute necessity. It's the beginning. Solar power is inevitable, and municipal grade solar power, I believe personally with Smart City Texas and Smart City Mobility that we should be leading the charge here and not acquiescing to anybody else, but this is where the first age of electrification began back in 1902. Second age of electrification is upon us, and we should embrace this opportunity and lead the way forward. Not behind Harris County, but everyone can follow us. And that was all I had. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Next, I have Dan Lipinski. Mr. Lipinski, there we go. Following Mr. Lipinski will be Linda Hanratty.
I'm here.
Right.
I'm just having you navigate for me.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
Gary, forgive me for the first name. You and I met last Friday at your coffee and donuts. Tim, thank you for your 1 minute at your office. That was very helpful. I'd like to address something that's a shortcoming. First, my name is Dan Lipinski. I'm a licensed professional engineer here in Texas. I carry a dual license. One is in electrical power systems with specialization in solar. This is my 51st year involved in solar energy. I currently serve as a voting member on the Council of Governments Codes Coordinating Committee. I'm on the Council of Governments Electrical Advisory Board. I'm the liaison between the Electrical Advisory Board and the Codes Committee. In 2017, the state of Texas put me under contract as the state's subject matter expert on solar. I got 2 pages of credentials I won't bore you with, but hopefully this at least establishes some of that. I'm going to ask you to refer to the documents that I hope you now have in front of you. And on page 2, you'll find a highlighted section. And at the bottom, it says you don't have, as a county, the technical expertise. I understand you don't have that within the county. You don't need it. You've got it here within the county. There are any number of people that can help you, that are very, very well versed in solar, and I can count myself amongst them. I can kind of reflect on that in the sense that the United States government brought me in a couple of years ago as one of only 2 engineers in the entire United States where we provided training nationwide in solar energy. I was one of only 2 engineers selected from a vetting process in the entire country. Now, having said that, bear with me. Someday you guys will get to be as old as me. Under staff findings, the administrator's memo states that this is a historic program for the county, and it is. They see tens of millions by my estimate. I can see upwards of $50 million or more eligible for the county. 25% of which would be used to cover your expenses, administrative and technical. Also postulated in the memo is an assumed need for the county to establish an entirely new department or substantial expansion of an existing department to administer the grant. This is not correct. You can reach outside the county and you can bring in someone with that expertise that can team up with someone like the United Way and so forth. What I'm proposing here, and I've handed to you, is not a job application. I'm gainfully employed. I run my own engineering firm. You can use my information as a template to help vet others, but you can also look at that and say, hey, every one of those bullet points that was in that particular memo where you said you're short on technical expertise, I meet that completely. As was stated earlier by Russell, and I will compliment them, they did an excellent job. You got until September 26th, but you got really to get started today. Thank you.
Thank you. Linda Hanratty. Following Ms. Hanratty is Geraldine Jackie Cox.
I'm Linda Hanratty, and I live in zip code 76109 in Commissioner Ramirez's district, and I'm here to urge you to join the consortium. I've had solar panels on my home since 2014. They've gone through 2 hailstorms, and they still seem to be producing energy, and it does save me money, and it protects the climate, which is very important as well. I listened all morning to the people who wanted less tax, pay less taxes. Well, if we could help some of those people with solar panels on their housing, that would do a lot more than cutting the tax rate by 2 pennies. And we do have to be in a consortium, and I think if we want to act like a business, we need to apply for grants and look to the future, which is renewables. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Cox is Joel Natowski.
I'm Geraldine Jackie Cox. I live in Commissioner Brooks' district, and I'm grateful to Ms. Simmons for bringing this to our attention today. I, every day, have to kind of think about, well, so I'm going to leave my air conditioning at 82 because I can sort of afford that, but the price of electricity is really high. And we've gone for more than 30 days of temperatures over 100 degrees, which means that the grid keeps putting out advisories saying, don't do your dishes till after dark, don't do your laundry till after dark, we might break down. The grid broke down on us once. It was pretty horrible. It broke down in the winter, but it can break down in the summer as well. And when temperatures are over 107 or 108 degrees, that's to fear. It can kill people. So it's almost like our patriotic duty to do whatever we can besides turning the air conditioner up to try to reduce our reliance on the grid. I think it's really serious. I, at almost 80, have less to fear about an early death from climate change, because that's a little too late to be early, but it could happen to all of us. And if you have kids, it's really to worry about. So I'm asking you to do the prudent thing here and to pick up whatever federal money we can get for expanding the number of people who use the solar. I might even apply myself. I don't know if I'm eligible. It doesn't matter. The big issue here is whatever we can do to reduce Tarrant County's reliance on the grid, we need to do it. We also need to do whatever we can to reduce the methane that comes from the natural gas-fired plants. You may notice my voice is a little gravelly. I have COVID. I don't need necessarily to have an air quality monitor. I cough. I can't breathe well. When the methane is high, I know it, and we need to reduce it. It's a health risk that reduces the longevity of all of us. It's more obvious for some than others. So please do the right thing. Back this. We need it. Thank you.
Following Mr. Natowski, if I'm saying it correct, is Patra Stromer. Is Joel here? No, Joel? Okay. How about Patra Stromer? Following Ms. Stromer will be Doreen Geiger.
Hi, my name is Patra Stramer, and I've lived in Tarrant County most of my life. I got my degree from UTA, and I'm retired now, but I worked for 37 years at Lockheed Martin Aero as I was a senior manager of system engineering and an engineering principal there. So I raised my children here. Our son was a Fort Worth police officer, so all that's just to show, that we're invested in the community. Thank you for the opportunity to comment, and I appreciated the staff's well-written analysis of this new opportunity that few of us know or are experts in. I'm here to advocate in favor of Tarrant County's participation in the Solar for All program. And like I'm echoing other people that have already spoke, it's about the money. It's a taxpayer savings. It's a practical, common sense approach that if we manage it correctly, can save us money. We almost always, save more money by partnering. Gives us the best chance of obtaining the most money and provides the most efficient and fiscally responsible way to use the funds for the optimum benefit of our county. And ultimately, it's just the right way to do business. So, and to answer, or possibly answer, one of the questions I heard earlier, and please, somebody that's an expert on this program, correct me if I didn't hear this correctly before. But I think that there's the intent of the program is to give each state some money. So I think we're almost guaranteed to get something from this opportunity. And I think there's also a limited number of awards. So that may have something to do with why there aren't very many, or maybe just one proposal from Texas for this money. So I hope I'm saying that correctly, because I'm not an expert on this either. But thank you very much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all I have signed up to speak to this item. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to speak? Okay. I don't see the form, but you're welcome to come up. Okay. Then I said, oh, she was last. I just kind of jumped. Yeah. You're right. You had signed up, and I had said your name. I didn't say it a second ago. So you're the last one I have signed to speak, but if somebody else wants to, you're welcome to come up.
I encourage you to make the decision to join the coalition, the Solar for All program to benefit low-income residents. The competition for this funding is extremely competitive. I want to talk about money. If Tarrant County does not join the coalition now, we will lose the chance to get any of these funds. Tarrant County's electric bill was in 2022 $5 million. So far this year, it is already $4.5 million and climbing. On page 3 of Mr. Schaffner's memo, it states states, placing solar producing facilities on county buildings for community resiliency programs is acceptable. There might even be possibilities that the power production benefit from fully funded solar, if hosted on county buildings, could be split between low-income residents and the county itself. This could be a huge savings on county utility bills. Solar for All will guarantee a minimum 20% total electricity bill savings for low-income households. If the county can attain 20% savings, it would reduce its annual electricity bill by $1 million. One of my friends has many articles about rural ISDs that have installed solar on top of their schools, and the savings have been very significant. This government funding is designed to provide free solar panels for low-income households. Homeowners will not have a mortgage on their solar panels. An excellent resource for that Tarrant County should consider contracting with to implement this solar panel for low-income residences is United Way. United Way might want to work with the nonprofit Habitat for Humanity. Habitat has already built about 1,000 new houses for low-income families. It also has years of experience in rehabbing older houses in low-income neighborhoods. It has the construction experience to implement Solar for All for low-income households. This also will provide more jobs in Tarrant County, and I urge you to make a decision to do this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there anyone else who would like to speak to this item? Yep.
I suspect you know what I want to say, but I want to make a few points that solar and wind energy is providing 30% of today's energy in Fort Worth. In Oklahoma, they're building a 100,000 square foot solar panel manufacturing company, and they want to beat Texas in this industry. Now, we've got one here, but we need a whole lot more if we don't want to have to look to Oklahoma and think that they have something better than what we have. Any oil and gas person in the audience probably knows that our younger generation are only buying EV cars. They don't like they want clean air, their children cannot breathe, and the combustible engine car manufacturers are picking a date for its death. New York Times. New York Times yesterday also said delivery vans in Pittsburgh, buses in Milwaukee, cranes loading freight at the Port of Los Angeles, and every municipal building in Houston are all powered by electricity derived from sun, wind, and other sources of clean energy. China is 5 years ahead of the time for their clean energy. They have doubled their capacity and they're 5 years ahead. 1/3 of Britain's energy is wind, solar, and hydropower, and here in the USA, the whole nation is 23% use of renewables. As we are registering the highest temperatures on record in Fort Worth, making going outside unbearable, the oil industry has no concern for the path of destruction they created. They knew 105 years ago that coal was heating up this nation. It was in the New York Times. It was posted and they acknowledged it. And so do our oil industry people know this too. Just like the tobacco industry, maybe we should sue these oil executives or these oil companies. If we could create some solar panel, if they could get into the game, then we could get better jobs, we could get pay, we could get some benefits for our workers. At one time, prior to the Trump administration, the EPA had a map that I used to have that showed that Fort Worth is oceanfront property. When everything that melts, not all of it's going to melt, but when everything that melts, Burleson is ocean floor, is a Gulf floor. So keep your property if you live in Fort Worth. You're going to have an oceanfront view. We must join this consortium. There are only 60 grants. It's supposed to go to tribes, territories, and states. And we're too small to compete with these other places. So I encourage you to vote for this proposal.
All right, is there anyone else who wants to speak to this item? So questions I have for the staff, if this is going to come back next week or 2 weeks or 1 month, whatever it may be, is the state automatically getting money from this program, or do they have to apply? Did they apply? If they didn't, why? Why haven't Denton, Collin, Parker, and other counties around us not applied? I'd like to see an estimate on the pre-award, if any, cost to the county that you estimate. I would like to see some research done, not advocating for it, not advocating against it, but on the problems individual homeowners have encountered with solar programs on their homes. Every experience that I have had with anyone in real estate on an individual home that has it, it's been a nightmare for them in a multitude of ways when it comes to selling, repairs, and the like. The next question I have, does it cause your homeowner's insurance to go up if you put this on your home? Number 6, if you have to replace your roof or repair your roof, how is that dealt with when it comes to the solar panels? And then finally, what happens to, if this were to be widespread used in Tarrant County, what happens to the rest of the businesses and homeowners whose costs go up due to there are fewer people on the grid and it addresses the prices? So I'd like to see that in anything you bring forward, an analysis of those things.
Okay.
All right.
Your Honor, do you have those written down? Yeah. You'll just have them sent to our office. We'll also capture it on video.
Okay. All right. Any other comments or questions?
Having heard no objection from our learned citizens who weighed in on this issue, I would ask that we consider going ahead and joining the coalition in partnership with United Way and all others who want to partner with Tarrant County as a part of this venture.
All right, any other comments? Okay, we're not actually taking a motion. They're going to bring they're going to bring a memorandum of a proposed MOU back to look at with. And I would encourage you, if you have any other questions or issues you want them to address, send it to them.
Yes.
All right. Any other comments, questions on that? Okay. Seeing none, we are going to take a 5-minute break, or about a 7-minute break. It's 2:13. We will meet back in here at 2:20. Just a little flick of the wrist, yeah. All right, we're ready for our next presentation, I believe.
Your Honor, on item
Yeah.
number C, this is going to be a presentation from purchasing, one that had been requested by the court. Ms. Lee is here to address the court at this time.
Good afternoon, I'm back. Thank you. Okay. I'm here to discuss a few items that I brought to court the last time I gave a presentation on the RFP process. These are a few questions that came out of that presentation. So I'm here to talk about spend with local vendors as well as minority vendors spend. So the first slide is an overview of, from that period when we last spoke about the RFP process, is to give you an overview of how many solicitations at that point in time. We had 350 total awarded solicitations through the different methods listed above, which is approximately $163 million in projected business. And within that, this is what we currently do. We have 115 awarded Tarrant County vendors, which is 32% of our total awarded contracts. And that is roughly $71 million in projected business, which is 43% of our spend. The question when we came back with that local preference was to look at awarding to vendors vendors within Texas. Commissioner Ramirez asked us to look at that, and with the help of the District Attorney's Office, we did look at that. But what we're currently doing, and this is without any type of mandate, we currently have awarded 222 contracts to Texas vendors, which is 63% of what we currently do. And that adds up to be $125 million in a projected business, which is 76% of our annual contracts.
You said when you came to us previously, what was that time period?
So back in May, I came with going through the RFP process. Yes. And you asked me about, we talked about what came up in that subject was awarding to having a local preference. We brought that back to court for approval when we updated our policy about a month later. And you also, Mr. Simmons, asked also about when we increased our RFP threshold for pricing from 30% weight to 35% weight on pricing. You asked about also allowing something for hubs.
Yes.
Okay. So those are the two things that we're talking about here. So the next slide.
Melissa, I know you're going to go into the local government code and all the laws applicable to this, but I want to say thank you and good work to you and your team. I know since we've implemented that policy and since we've gone online and tried to streamline some of all the processes, that your team is putting a microscope on, doing what we can to prioritize local business, doing what we can to prioritize Texas business, and I think the numbers prove that you are. So I greatly appreciate your efforts. I think that we're doing a good job.
Yes, and so these are numbers to show before any type of preferences were implemented.
Yep.
The next slide is just a quick overview to remind you of what was approved back in June when we updated the policy regarding local preference, that this local preference only applies to goods and not services. And also, something else that we mentioned in that conversation was that it applies to businesses whose principal place of business is located within Tarrant County. And also, there's also additional information that the vendor has to provide, that they offer the best combination of price as well as economic development for the county. So I just wanted to bring that back up, that that's what local preference also applies to. So if you see a bid that comes through that you wonder if it's within, it looks like it should have been awarded to the local, it has to be within 3%, and plus it has to meet those other things. So looking into the Texas bidder, that would fall under Government Code 2252. And what this code does is we can award to a non-resident bidder, but the bidder also has to have reciprocal language in their statute that would determine how we would award that bidder. So let's get to slide 2. So the amount of which the bidder would be required to underbid a non-resident bidder to obtain comparable contract in the state of which the non-resident's principal place of business is located, or amount of which a resident bidder would be required to underbid a non-resident bidder to obtain comparable contract in the state in which majority of the manufacturing related to the contract will be performed. So it's either their principal place of business or if they have a manufacturing facility here in this area. And so we determined that we can do it. We would have to look at the statute each time we're awarding to a non-resident bidder if they are the lowest bidder. And we would have to look at each state statute to determine if it's in Tarrant County's best interest to do that.
Mark, have you read 2252.002?
I have.
Okay. For non-lawyers who might not be able to fully wrap their minds around exactly what that says, can you put that in layman's terms?
Well, Judge, you're thinking along the same lines that I was. I have a very well-written email from another colleague of mine that I'm going to try to pull out of my file that kind of puts it into plain English.
Okay.
I'll let you know when I find it and let you know precisely what it says here, because it is a extremely confusing statute.
So let me see if I can make it better. Okay. The guidance indicates that a reciprocal preference statute providing a government entity may not award a contract to a non-resident bidder unless the non-resident bidder underbids the lowest bid submitted by a responsible resident bidder in the amount that is not less than the amount by which a resident bidder would be required to underbid the non-resident bidder to obtain a comparable contract in the state.
Good try.
So it is very, very confusing. They have, so, and each state does have different statutes. We would have to look it up each time. It's not straightforward state to state. Sometimes it could be related to certain commodities or services based on the state. So.
And so, Judge, here would be an example of how this would play out. So if we assume that we have a Texas bidder and they seek state X contract, and then state X procurement law says that the Texas bidder must underbid that state by 10% to win the contract, then you assume in this scenario then that the state X bidder in the other, sort of the inverse situation, pursues a Texas contract, then they would only allow a Texas county to award its contract to the state X bidder if it underbid the Texas bidder by at least 10% or more.
That's clear as mud.
Clear as mud, yes. So,
You simply have to create a level playing field comparing the rates from one state to the other, and that's how you do it.
that's a good succinct explanation of it, exactly. And so this does require checking against what these other state laws require, but the Texas Comptroller has issued some guidance on how to do that they frequently update. So it is possible to do, but it takes some work.
So if the court would like for me to move forward with that process, I can bring that item back for a change in our procedures for a vote.
So if that means we would like to prioritize local companies, Texas companies, yeah, I think that's a great idea.
We already do local, which is Tarrant County. What I was asked to bring back from that last approval was Texas vendors.
And so if we said, yes, do that, tell me what you would have to do next.
So I would update my policies and procedures, and this court will vote on those policies and procedures to approve them. And we will also start adding that language to our RFPs, to all of our bids.
Do you think you can write that policy easier to understand than 2252.02?
No, I'll probably add just the whole code.
So what kind of staff resources would it take? Would there be any extra work on your staff to do
It would
this?
probably slow down the process because we would have to look at the statute per state, depending on the awarded vendor, where they were located, and also look at, we're going to also add it to the RFP ahead of time, so that way we can determine if they are, because it's really hard to determine the resident of the bidder, because they normally do bid where their corporate office is located. But if they have a manufacturing plant, we would need to extract that information from the vendor as well, and also do our evaluation based on, we don't want to kick anybody out and then they say they met that statute. So we want to make sure we vet that process thoroughly before we bring that recommendation to court.
Can we accomplish this in a less complicated way, like adding 5 to 10 evaluation points for Tarrant County firms?
There is nothing in the statute that allows for that. Like the local preference, it states 3%. There's nothing in there for state preference.
So how long would it take you to draft the new proposed policy?
I could probably get that on the agenda by September.
Well, I meant like just sitting down and actually going through it and drafting it. I mean, is this a couple of hours work for you to draft the policy, not looking at the other stuff, have him review it, just a few hours to come up with a policy change for us to look at is what I'm asking.
I think we can do it within a month.
I understand what you're saying. It'll probably.
We're not sending her out on a 40-hour rewrite the policy exercise. Okay.
No, this is probably a day's work, including both purchasing and the attorneys.
I mean, I'd like to at least see a proposed policy and be able to decipher it.
As it relates to state.
Yes.
State to state.
Yes.
And I want to see how, what it takes from a staff perspective to implement this, and then whether or not it slows down the process. So if facilities or somebody needs to go out for bid on something, how much extra is this going to take and delay a project? As an example, just pick an example, not now, when you bring this back.
Okay, absolutely.
Anybody else? We good? Okay.
All right. So moving on to the last part. This is regarding HubSpend. These are numbers that I have posted here from FY 2022. Out of $155 million, and some change. We currently spent, as of end of FY22, we spent over $23 million in direct purchase orders with hub vendors, which is roughly about 141 hub vendors. 20,000 more was spent with subcontracting opportunities. 20 million, I'm sorry, with subcontracting opportunities, which is a total of over $44 million in our overall spend with hubs. So we exceeded our hub goals, which is 20%, and we currently met that with and exceeded that with over 28% in hub spend, and this was without any type of mandate. That's what we currently do with hubs. There was nothing in the statute to allow for hub preference. I did speak with a couple of agencies such as Harris County and Travis County, asking them what their hub goals were, and I do have that from them. Harris County, their goals that they reported last year was over about 25%, and Travis County, they were at 21%. So we are definitely in line. Those are only two I heard from. I did reach out to Dallas and Collin County and a few others.
Okay, so do most counties have a hub policy? Are we the only ones that don't have a policy? We have the goals, but do others have? And I have not taken the time to go find out.
They do. I have a couple of them here.
And has this county been opposed to a hub policy? If so, why? Or why don't we have one? So we're looking at Texas policy. We have a local policy, or that's by statute, right? Can we look at adding a hub policy?
I believe our hub goal is part of the hub policy that was implemented, I want to say in 1991.
So we do have, the county does have a hub policy.
And it states a 20% good faith effort.
And so what you see whenever we get things from purchasing, when we go out for bid, they're going to tell us that, you know, we take our RFPs and we submit them to the minority chambers of commerce and the old TOR system, which is our hub vendors. We also make sure that they're aware of what we're seeking an RFP response on, so that they can bid.
So that's a practice, right? Or is it a policy? I mean, you have a good practice, is what I'm saying, but is there a policy?
We'll just need to come back and answer that, because I think we do have a policy, but it's been a while.
Okay, thank you.
What does 262.0225 say?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's go to the next slide.
Or it's the next slide. Which kind of addresses the question.
I added that slide because this is all that's in here that supports the way we conduct our business. So in that procedure, it's all bidders have the same opportunities to be evaluated on equal terms and judged accordingly and fair. So that addresses more, especially the RFP process. So you definitely couldn't allow points in an RFP, and that area specifically addresses that. And then 2267, again, that's what we follow in general, awarding contracts to any responsible bidder who submits the lowest and best bid, or reject and rebid and publish a new notice. So I just added that because those are our statutes that we follow, and these other two regarding local and state preference are allowed by statute. So there's no statute specific for awarding to minority-owned businesses or hubs. Any other questions?
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you, Melissa. All right, next up, we have a representative from Park Hill who will present an update on the Tarrant County Space Plan and Building Assessment.
Good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the court. I want to introduce Michael Howard with Park Hill Associates and Architects and Engineers. He's going to be doing the presentation on the space plan. Just want to let you know that facilities management will be using all this data to help develop our 10-year capital improvement program and our 10-year deferred maintenance program. Okay, so my team has already started reviewing all the pages of information. And so with that, I'll introduce and turn it over to Michael Howard.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. It's my pleasure to be here with you today, and we're excited to present the findings of our space plan and building assessment. The agenda today is simple. We're going to briefly introduce our team and their roles in the study. I'll go over our scope and process just to give you an overview of what the scope entailed, and I'll spend the bulk of my time covering the key findings and next steps that we're recommending as a result of this study. So again, my name is Michael Howard. I'm a partner at Park Hill and an architect by trade. Park Hill was the prime consultant on the contract, and our responsibility was mainly on the space planning effort. And so that was to identify the space planning needs and projections moving forward for not only workspace for staff, but also to meet the needs of the customer or your constituents. We also had on our team Terracon that covered the building assessment. The building assessment was a evaluation of the physical condition of your facilities. So we looked at all the systems and maintenance items, not only for what's needed today, but also the future system life cycle renewals that will be necessary over the next 20 years. We also had a component of the study that covered the IT infrastructure of the county. And so we had Datacom Design Group on our team, and also support from O'Connor Construction Management, which helped us with cost estimating and project budgeting.
When you say IT infrastructure, is that physical infrastructure?
Correct.
Broadband,
Servers,
fiber.
Cables, distribution, the physical infrastructure that distributes.
They didn't do a scope around the county, did they?
No, I don't believe so.
I'm sorry, I didn't.
Ask your question one more time.
Like he said digital infrastructure. I said, did that include a study on needs for connecting all of our buildings via fiber or whatever connectivity?
No, sir. No. So the county has never conducted a facility study of this scale and magnitude. So I just want to give you a sense of how comprehensive this study was. So we've got kind of the scope by the numbers here. The population estimate today is near 2.2 million. The staff head count, this is every full-time staff, part-time staff, grant-funded position is over 5,000 authorized for fiscal year 22. We worked with 70 different departments, conducted 76 interviews, received 89 survey responses. Most importantly, what drove the comprehensive nature of the study was that we looked at every county-owned facility, 65 in total, including 4 parking garages. That's 5.5 million square feet today. Those 65 buildings are organized across 42 sites. So we looked at the sites as well and looked at 9,400 parking spaces. What I'm going to do over the next 15 or so slides is try to condense the magnitude of this study into a very high-level executive summary. What's behind this presentation is a 3,000-page report that details our findings, our analysis, our recommendations. So there is lots of information available to the facility maintenance staff, as Mr. Amador mentioned, to help provide data and to inform the next steps. Our process was simple. We kicked off the project with some orientation and data gathering. We spent a bulk of our time walking the facilities and doing facility tours, meeting with each department. We took that information and provided our evaluation and assessment, and are bringing to you recommendations for future capital improvement projects and plans to address the needs identified in the study. I just want to take a second to talk about how we collected data. Again, 5.5 million square feet. Our teams walked every single building, every single square foot. We went into every single door, opened every single door. We also received plans, available plans for every single building from the county, and we went through and documented how every square footage is used by department, by position, so that we understood the existing workspace allocation and how many physical workspaces exist today for staff, as well as the space allocated for public use. We then sat down with every single department who brought representatives of their leadership team to meet with us so we could have a conversation of both qualitative and quantitative needs. We had standard questions we asked every single department, and then had time available to address any other items that they felt we should be aware of before we made our evaluation and recommendations. And then we also sent out a survey to all of those departments to, again, collect consistent information to understand where the highest needs exist and where we need to put our priorities. This is just one question that existed in that survey I wanted to discuss, because one of the first things we asked was where they placed, each department placed their highest priority regarding their facility needs. We gave them 3 options to rank. Are you most concerned with the capacity for future growth? Are you most concerned with the functionality of your spaces to support productivity in your operations? Or are you most concerned with the physical condition of your buildings? The highest priority was with capacity for future growth, although there was a near tie with functionality. But I want to point out that the third priority by far was condition. The county overall does a very good job with preventative maintenance and capital improvement planning. And so the physical condition of the county facilities, for the most part, is in good shape and well maintained. Really, the emphasis of the study and where you should need to be focusing your concentration is on how we address capacity and functionality as the county continues to grow. So we did some peer benchmarking just to help inform our projections for both staff and space. And so what you're looking at is the relationship of staffing and population across the 7 most populous counties in Texas, from Denton up to Harris County. Your peers, in terms of staffing, as you look kind of from left to right, are Travis, Bear, Tarrant, and Dallas, all around that 5,000 staff range. And your peers in terms of population are really closer to Bear and Dallas. The bottom of the chart is your staff per 100,000 capita, which I think really sort of creates a more apples-to-apples comparison of how you compare. And you can see among the counties, you're sort of third in comparison. I do want to emphasize that even though the slide shows that you're below the trend line, that's not any kind of indictment or judgment on whether or not you should have more staff. It's just the nature of, it could be the nature that you're a more efficient county, that you're doing more with less. So it's just an apples comparison to show you where you compare, but not meant to say that you should have more today. We also broke down the same peer group into different functions of your county government. And so community services, general government, judicial, public safety, and transportation are the 5 functional areas that are documented in your annual comprehensive financial report. We went to your peer counties and we grouped their departments into the same 5 functional categories. Now, every county in this peer group operates in a different manner with different departments and different titles, so this is not an exact science, but we did use our best professional judgment to group those categories together so you could see how you relate to your peers. The top chart shows how you relate in terms of total staff, so the actual number of staff by each one of those functional areas. And the bottom chart shows you the staffing per 100,000. I think the staffing per 100,000 is a better apples-to-apples comparison, just so you can see where you compare to those peers. So as we start talking about planning for future growth and the space that comes with that, what really drives what really drives space needs is population and staffing. And so we do provide in our study a population projection. The red line at the top of this chart indicates the 10-year history of population in the county, 1.8 million up to where you're at today, near 2.2 million, and then a future projection for the next 10 years taking you to 2032, where we anticipate you'll be at 2.5 million. That's an aggregation of data sources and population projections from the COG, from the Texas Water Development Board, and from the state demographer to achieve that population projection. The 3 lines below that is our staffing projection, and this is countywide staffing. You can see 10 years ago in 2013, you were at near 4,500 total staff. Today, just over 5,000, so about 500 staff was added to your budget over that 10-year period, or on average about 50 per year. And then we provide 3 projections to help kind of give a range of scenarios for where staffing may be headed over the next 10 years. So hopefully you can read there's a kind of a solid green line over the last 10 years that sort of dips around 2017, 2018, and then starts to come up again over the last 3 years. What the first projection shows, what we're calling our upper trend, is sort of a teal line. It shows in 10 years the county being at 5,796. That upper trend weights more heavily the recent uptick in staffing that's occurred over the last 3 years, and assumes that that might continue to occur over the next 10 years. So that upper threshold is reflecting that recent uptick. The middle line that's dashed just takes the purely linear trend of the last 10 years and pushes that forward, and you can see it puts you at about 5,500 in 10 years, which would be consistent with the same growth of 500 you had over the last 10 years. We would see a similar growth of 500 over the next 10 years. The last projection, which is the lower trend, what it does, and it ends up at 5,285, is it takes out the recent 3-year trend, that uptick, which might be pandemic related, and it removes that and assumes you might be back on the trend line you were on from 2013 to 2019. If we get back to that trend, we would only anticipate a couple hundred additional staff over the next 10 years, or roughly 20 on average per year. The detailed report I mentioned does go department by department, but this is that high-level county look. Now, we took that 727 additional staff that we're projecting as a net change. It's the combination of a department by department projection, and translated that into what we anticipate that would drive in terms of additional square footage. And that number is between 400 to 500,000. The reason there's a range on space needs is that depending on whether that space is carved out of an existing building or you build new facilities will depend on additional space that are required for grossing up department square footage into a building net square footage. We also looked at parking today. The additional $400,000 to $500,000 of space that we're projecting will drive the demand for approximately 1,200 additional parking spaces in association with that 500,000 square feet. The numbers you're seeing on the table is an evaluation of where you're at today. And there's a lot of numbers on here. I'm just going to walk through this. We looked at downtown Fort Worth parking versus what we're calling suburban facility parking and the county total. Downtown Fort Worth is unique because there is a overlay district that changes the parking requirements. So you're not required to build parking to the same standard as you are in suburban areas. But what we want to do is answer the question is there enough parking to meet your staffing needs and your public guests' needs, regardless of whether the city says you have to build it, because ultimately those folks do need access to your facilities. So today in downtown Fort Worth, among the 4 garages, you have 2,613 spaces with additional 531 lots. That's a total of 3,144 spaces. When we apply the local development standard for similar facilities that you have in downtown Fort Worth for administrative, office, and correctional type facilities, the actual demand for parking is 4,530. So again, that's not what the city of Fort Worth says you have to build, but that's what you would build to accommodate the demand for the same facilities that you operate in downtown Fort Worth. That's a deficit or a delta of 1,386. So what that tells us is that people who come to your facilities that can't find parking in a county-owned garage are finding either options through private garages, street parking, city garages, or they're using public transportation, or they're using some kind of ride-sharing service. But there are certainly, if you've ever heard complaints about downtown parking, we feel that's been validated by the study for what we would anticipate the needs are for those buildings. Very different situation in the suburban areas. Again, the local development codes for all the cities that you build in have their own standard. We found a surplus of over 2,000 parking spaces in the suburban areas. What that means countywide is that there's actually a surplus countywide. It's just that you've got parking sort of in the wrong places where you need it, too much in the suburban areas and not enough downtown. Transitioning now to more of the facility assessment in terms of the physical condition of buildings. Again, we looked at every single facility. We broke it down system by system. And the way that we rank the condition of these facilities is using what we call a facility condition index. The facility condition index is a simple formula where we look at the value of the assets of the buildings, the value of, the cost of the repairs or replacements needed to those assets, and we divide those cost repairs into the value of those assets, so you get a simple index. So the higher that number is, the worse condition that facility is in. This is similar to totaling a car. You have a value of a car, it gets damaged, and if the damage is too high, you don't put more money into the car, you total it. Similar kind of formula here. So this is ranked from highest FCI to lowest FCI, and so you can look on the left side of the chart for which facilities have the highest needs today or are in the worst condition. This, the total cost of repairs and replacements that we found in our evaluation is $34 million today. And what we'll talk here soon is what that looks like moving forward. But I do want to take a minute just to kind of highlight our process and the level of detail we went into. I chose just one facility as a representative example of the facility evaluation, which is the sub-courthouse at Mansfield. It happens to be 7th on that list across the 65 buildings. It's also highest among any of the 7 sub-courthouses. But just as an example, on that, the image you're seeing on the right of the screen is one sheet out of thousands of sheets that document facility by facility, system by system. In this case, one component of a system, which is a chiller, which needs replacement at the sub-courthouse at Mansfield. So facilities maintenance now has documented evidence of the needs today and into the future on a component by component level. But the major deficiencies we found in expired systems at this particular facility, we looked at the expansion joints, which are separating and cracking where the exterior walls meet the foundation. That's evidence of movement in the structural slab. There's a separate structural evaluation that's been performed that shows that there's been up to an inch of slab settling in that area, which explains the joint sealant issue. There's also an exterior entry door that's out of service. We looked at HVAC, as I mentioned. Chillers are beyond their service life and they need to be replaced. There's also energy concerns. There's been a separate energy evaluation that shows that there needs to be window and roof insulation replacements. But in addition to these physical issues, again, we still looked at space concerns and functionality concerns. And so we did a comparison of the amount of square foot per staff at all the different facilities. In this case, sub-courthouse at Mansfield provides 587 square feet per staff compared to the average of 724 across different sub-courthouses. We also asked staff in this facility about the functionality, just like we did at every facility. This is a unique example, again, because it's a triangular shaped building. If you've ever been in that building, that's a very unique design decision by the architect, but it creates significant challenges in terms of making functional spaces for public service and for storage.
So every item on the list has this sort of breakdown?
Yes, sir. Every single building. Again, I'm just summarizing and rolling this all up for you. This is an example of 10 years worth of information. So we just talked about the $34 million of sort of the backlog of what we found that needs to be repaired today. That's in the first column of this chart. But we also took the condition and the age of the systems by facility and provided a life cycle assessment so that you can be proactive about budgeting for systems that we think will fail or be beyond your service life over the next 20 years. I'm only showing you 10 years here. The squiggly lines you're seeing is essentially the amount of cost we're projecting by system. So if you take an example of the year 2029, there are several systems related to electrical and HVAC systems that we anticipate will need to be replaced due to their condition and age. And so, ideally, this is a flat line. You can proactively budget year by year for consistent capital improvement planning. But the reality is sometimes you you install several systems at the same time, and then they all fail at the same time. So This is, again, broken down system by system, year by year, facility by facility. When you add all those columns up over 10 years, it adds up to $188 million of what we would recommend you budgeting for, again, the current repair and replacements that we have found, future system life cycle renewals that we're anticipating, and providing an annual preventative maintenance budget. Transitioning to the IT study. So we, again, walked every IT room to evaluate the IT physical infrastructure. The big takeaway was that we felt like, on the whole, the IT rooms are appropriately sized. More importantly, we didn't find any issues with safety, security, vulnerability, or that any of those rooms were compromised in any way that there should be a security concern, which is unique because when we walk a lot of these facilities in other communities for counties or cities, it's not uncommon to have an IT room that happens to also be the water heater closet or the janitor's closet, and we didn't find anything of that nature in this county. We also met with IT to discuss their IT infrastructure strategy, and so we could inform our approach based on any changes to technology. What came out of that was an understanding of the current IT leadership looking to transition the existing data centers to more cloud migration. So what that means is there could be the potential for reduced space needs in the future as that migration occurs. The last thing we delivered on this topic was updated design standards. The current facility standards related to IT for this county are over 10 years old, so we delivered construction specifications related to cabling and distribution so that future facility projects will meet a more modern day standard that aligns with the current IT infrastructure strategy of this cloud migration. We also, as part of our scope, needed to evaluate facilities for pandemic responsiveness. So we addressed this in staff surveys. We addressed this in the staff interviews. On the whole, the county departments were very appreciative and pleased with the county's responsiveness related to facilities and the pandemic responsiveness in the previous pandemic. Very little was asked to do differently should there be another pandemic, but we still provided in our report these facility strategies that if there were to be another pandemic, how you could mitigate risk in the future. Many of these were already done during the prior pandemic, and some of these are related to even non-facility strategies like staffing, scheduling, and providing IT infrastructure that allows for work from home, for example. Okay, all of that information related to condition, capacity, and functionality from our facility walks, plan reviews, interviews with staff, et cetera, informed these recommendations for potential development options moving forward. So we've grouped them into the same 5 functional categories of your government and provided you with a brief scope of work that we recommend, square footages, and costs associated with these projects. Some of them are either or projects, so that these are need to be considered and prioritized as a next step. But I do want to just clarify, these are master plan level space assumptions. Of course, if you decide to proceed with any of these projects, you'll need to go into a feasibility study, do a detailed architectural space program to determine the appropriate size. But based on our judgment today and what we know about needs, we applied a space projection. And then the cost is using the cost of the market today for construction and then escalating those costs out 4 years. Escalation and inflation is very high right now, so 4 years of it produces very high cost estimates. But in reality, if you were to proceed with any of these projects today and move into the feasibility study stage of this project, you're not likely to move into any of these buildings for at least 4 years. We also applied a soft cost factor to account for design fees, furniture, fixtures, equipment, and other audiovisual items. And we provided a estimating contingency because there's a lot of unanswered questions about how exactly you would approach these projects. So all that to say is these numbers may seem high today, but we think they're conservative. And if you decide to proceed with these projects, they're what you should appropriately budget given the information we have today. So where do we go from here? As I mentioned, we delivered 3,000 pages of detailed findings and analysis and data. Some of that data is already being used by facility maintenance staff to inform future capital improvement planning. So the next step, number one, is just take the recommendations. The study had an emphasis on, as I mentioned, pandemic responsiveness. We encourage you to take those 9 recommendations and implement those. Secondly, we feel like we've given you plenty of data over the next 20 years to start addressing your capital improvement planning, not on a 1 year by 1 year basis, but start planning on 5 to 10 years. So the county has always done capital improvement planning 1 year at a time. Now we can be even more proactive and look at those 5 or 10 years into the future. And then finally, I showed you 14 potential projects that we are saying have the highest priority in terms of its immediate and short-term impact. And so, the court's decision is really how to prioritize and budget for those recommended projects, because we do know that the growth is coming and the capacity concern is very real, and we do need to address some functional adequacy issues as well. So I know I went through that very quickly, but I'm happy to go back and answer any questions you may have.
All right, any questions?
Just one. One of your priorities was the Miller Avenue Sub-Courthouse parking expansion. That sub-courthouse is encompassed in 3 separate buildings. Where would you put new parking? And how would it benefit the 3 separate buildings?
Yeah, we did consider the 3 separate buildings as one site or one complex. And unfortunately, the only way to achieve additional parking is to reduce the amount of green space available.
Oh, no. That's a non-starter.
All right, any other questions?
Is the precinct 4 new sub-courthouse, that's not a replacement? Because Mansfield would be a replacement. That's like a second?
That would be a second sub-courthouse in that precinct.
Yeah, they identified in the study, we're the only precinct that has 1 location. We don't have 2. So they identified in the future perhaps we would need another one. Now, what's up for debate is whether or not it needs to be in precinct 4 or maybe on the line in 3 up on 287 where all the population growth is. So, I think eventually up in North Tarrant County, there will need to be another one, whether that's in 4 or 3, I'm not certain. But eventually that's going to have to happen. I definitely don't think it's immediate or short term.
Yeah.
I don't think so at all. But yeah, eventually that will have to happen.
Over in that area somewhere.
10, 20 years, whatever.
All right, any other questions? All right, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Next up, we have the Tarrant County Sheriff's Department's an update on their recruiting efforts to staff the jail.
I talked about it.
Yeah.
Sheriff Wayburn.
Thank you. You folks have been working awful hard on National Relaxation Day. There it is. I do want to say, just take a moment, and I know it's been a long day, but Chaplain McDuffie did such a great job this morning, as he always does, and I just wanted to remind you, he is the...
today?
Pardon me? That was today. Believe it or not, that was today. And that incredible prayer that he said, he is the National Sheriff's Employee of the Year for the entire nation, and he also is the chaplain of NAPO, the National Associations of Police Organizations, and probably the only one that worked 9/11 at the Towers in 2001 as a chaplain. Did an incredible job, but he's just an incredible person, an incredible asset to us all. Right? Anyway, and I'll be brief, I promise, is I wanted to report on a couple of things, and one of them is the recruiting that's going on. Now, they just really started last Tuesday, so we only have 4 days of data, but during that 4 days, they actually contacted 44 possible candidates, and out of those, we've already had 17 of them apply. 7 of them have already been in for the first round of interviews, so it's beginning to happen. We're hoping for more success. We're very optimistic about it, but I also want to share with you it couldn't have happened without GK's people and Tina and that group. they've smoothed out this process through our civil service windows to make it happen. But we're very optimistic that we're going to gain a foothold. In fact, today, with not including those 7, is we have some 60 people in background investigations now. So we think we're getting a toehold. But again, HR staff did a great job. I also wanted to report that we allow no egos in the room when we're trying to resolve this recruitment and everything else. So we listen to everything that we hear. And one of the things that we heard from this court was the issue of Orange County, Florida, that they may have some silver bullets and they may be doing some things right. Well, I want you to know that we wasted no time. Well, first of all, Orange County, Florida is a bifurcated system. The corrections unit reports directly to the Commissioner's Court. And the chief of the jail is Louis Quinos. And he's got a great national reputation. He is an award-winning national jail administrator and has all of my respect. I know Louis, and he does a great job, and he runs a great facility. But to set the table for just a minute, Orange County, Florida is a county of 1.4 million. We're at 2.1 million. And we reviewed several things, and their staff was just incredible, and we exchanged ideas and thoughts about what was going on there. Their average daily population in the jail is 2,800. Ours is a little over 4,700 today. And their budget, by the way, for corrections is 175 million. Ours is 107.
That's right.
Just saying. But it's really comparing apples and oranges. And what I mean by that is that their correction budget includes all medical, all MHMR, all community service, all probation is all packed in there in their budget. So it's not comparing apples and apples. It's apples and oranges. But here's some things that we ran down. Is that we talked to an assistant jail administrator there, and Ashley was very happy along with their other staff. The detention staff openings, they have a little bit less detention officers positions than we do. But today, their staff openings they have 380 staff openings compared to our 222. They have they also the retention or the recidivism rate that we spoke of that was spoke of here is I also asked them, hey, what are you doing? What's your programs? And they've given us, and we may be taking some of those, and they may be taking some of ours. But today the recidivism rate is between 20 and 30%, and which is great off of about 70% nationally. So they're doing a good job on their general reentry programs. Our general reentry programs right now, comparatively, is that we're running a 15% recidivism rate on our general reentry programs. And on our expressive special programs, which we've just had about 500 people, a little over between 400 and 500 people have gone to, it's an astounding 10% recidivism rate in those programs. So we're doing a lot of great things there. But also their death rate is a little higher than ours. But I want to reiterate, we ran down all of those things because we take everything serious of what we can do to recruit and retain people. And that's a great facility out there in Orange County, Florida. Louis is a great administrator. In fact, I had the privilege of visiting with him in May when he handed me the most outstanding innovative reentry program in the nation. And but again, he has a national reputation, good jail. But I did want to respond to that when I heard it. And anything else that we hear, we will certainly run it down. But they appear to be in the same crisis as the rest of us. They're just trying to find people, put them to work, and that kind of thing. And I did hear something else today, and I just want to make sure that because it was on record here, I want to make sure it was on record. Just is that when y'all were talking about JMS and all of that computer stuff, is I believe I heard that there was somebody that it took 10 days to get out of jail. We find no record of anybody taking 10 days to get out of jail. Our average book out time is about 9 hours. That's what I got. And thank y'all for listening. We're very optimistic about the recruitment and finding good people. We will not sacrifice our standards, and we're going forward.
Why would Orange County, Florida's reentry program be regarded as one of the best in the nation when our numbers are twice as good as theirs?
Well, he's been the jail administrator of the year, and they do have some good programs. And but ours is the national ranked #1 program in the nation right now. And that was Lewis that handed me the award. But they've got some good programs. They've got some very good programs. It's a good jail, and it's a good facility. And they're doing some things, and we're going to exchange some reentry ideas with them. They want to look at some of the things that we're doing, especially what we refer to as the MVP thing on that 10% reentry program.
Sheriff, you said that their death rate was a little higher than ours. You put that into context. What is their rate? And I say just a little bit, at the time that we did this, the death rate there was, they had about 1 death per 4,914 bookings, and ours was 1 per 6,623 at the time of this. And I tell people this all the time in reference, a lot of sick people come into jail. It can happen anywhere, at any time, and across the state. And what's the national average? Is that a metric? I don't know. Yeah, it may be kept somewhere in the national data bank, but I haven't seen it. We keep stats in Texas. You can look all over Texas, and we're always generally in number 4, number 5 spot. We're 3rd largest, and we're generally in the 4th or 5th spot on that.
All right, any other questions for the sheriff?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Sheriff, I do have one. So just touch on that. I can touch on it. You're good. There were 2 meetings last week. One meeting that the sheriff had at his headquarters, inviting judges, DAs, staff, county staff to say, all right, let's go. What are ideas about how to reduce the jail population? There was also a meeting up here in the big conference room with GK, myself, the DA, Sheriff Wayburn. We are looking at ways to address these issues, but there's something else I want to throw out here. And we can do this all day long, talk about stats, but I just want to make sure we put this number out there for people to understand. I don't want to see anybody die in the jail. I don't want to see anybody die anywhere. People are going to die. And so far in 2023, 12 people have died in the Bexar County Jail, 11 have died in the Harris County Jail, 9 have died in the Dallas County Jail, 7 have died in the Tarrant County Jail, 5 have died in the El Paso County Jail. So I will always support giving them good medical care, and if there are ways we can improve our processes and procedures to protect human life, I will always be 100% for that. But I want to make sure those numbers are out there and known. So, yes.
So, since we were talking about the jail, and I want to address the population. So these numbers, jail deaths and all of that, can decrease if we decrease the population in that jail. And so for the sheriff, my question is, well, this is what I've learned, I think in March in a meeting we had in the judge's office, that 40% of our jail population in Tarrant County, those folks come to us from the Fort Worth Police Department. Fort Worth Police Department does not have a jail. So there's a tunnel, these folks come over, and we've got 40% of our inmates are as a result of arrests in the city of Fort Worth. And they don't yet. I think there's almost a plan, or there's something almost there. They don't do central magistration. So the city of Dallas does not have a jail. Those folks go over to Dallas County. However, Dallas County charges the city to house those inmates. why are we not charging the city of Fort Worth for taking care of their inmates until a case is filed? Just does not make an ounce of sense to me. Why we are supplementing, why we're paying for City of Fort Worth. So there is where you save some money. There is where you cut back on your inmate population, and we may not have to go to Post Texas and use Garza County if we were not babysitting the City of Fort Worth's inmates. Make that make sense to me.
Okay, a couple things on that. Video magistration, did it start last week?
I think it started this week.
This week? Okay. Yeah, so this is an issue that multiple people have been working on since basically I think maybe the second week I walked in the door, and the resistance from Fort Worth on that has been something else, but I think it's finally happening and starting whatever this week, last week. So that's going to reduce the jail population some. But is it legally permissible for us to charge Fort Worth to be their jail?
Judge, that's not a question I've heard before, so I would have to take some time to look into it, and I'm happy to come back with an answer at a later time.
Well, the city of Dallas certainly does it, so it can't be illegal.
Well, remember, historically, 30, 40 years ago, Fort Worth did operate through contract.
Mansfield.
They held their own prisoners in Mansfield. We went away from that practice, and our jail population is up about 1,000 since we did that. But ultimately, the way back, and as the judge mentioned, I think a good solution is to require video magistration so that if they're going to get out on PR or whatever, they don't ever hit our back door. So they're out when they get magistrated right then and there, instead of having to be here for a day or two to get processed through. Then that's just a larger burden on our staff that are working. So that's a great solution.
That's one solution.
But I think, I absolutely understand what you're saying. We're holding prisoners that may not ever become our responsibility. Say the case doesn't get filed or something happens. We're still on the hook for holding them. I mean, it's similar to, we take responsibility a lot of times for the state. Whenever the state, the prisoners are convicted, and the state should come pick them up immediately. But a lot of times we're stuck holding them for a long time.
Okay, but we're voluntarily doing this for Fort Worth, so it's, and it didn't, I think I've been told, and Commissioner Fickus or Commissioner Brooks may be able to explain, or GK, that it was not like that before Sheriff Wayborn, until Sheriff Wayborn. So with Sheriff Anderson, was our tunnel
Sheriff
closed?
Anderson had a policy that he would not accept anyone in his jail that had a Class B or above before the charges were accepted by the district attorney's office. And that was whenever Sheriff Wayborn came in. The district attorney's office at that time, not this current district attorney's office, the previous one, said that they didn't have a choice, that they had to take him as soon as probable cause was established by a magistrate, which is normally a city magistrate.
That Sharon Wilson said that was the law, but don't we currently have that same opinion with our DA's office now?
That's correct. Our opinion is that Code of Criminal Procedure 2.18 commits a prisoner after a warrant or finding for probable cause from a magistrate or a court to the jail run by the sheriff.
Another idea that was discussed, which I think is moving forward, is doing everything we can legally do in our power to require video magistration from every city in Tarrant County. And so there's research being done to make sure that is a legally viable option. And if it is, then I think that's the intention for the county to take that course.
Yeah, again, that's one solution. And I don't know if y'all even know this, but I have a list here that as of July 24th, on that day, there were 124 total inmates serving on a $500 bond or under. So we have people sitting in that jail. A list here of 124, and there are people over there on 50, and get this, $25 bonds. 25, I can go over there and get them out for criminal trespass. This one gentleman for sitting on the curb when a street sweeper came by. So we've got beds being taken up for cases like that. And it just needs to be looked at. So central magistration, that's a one good solution. Charging the city of Fort Worth to take care of their inmates until they officially become ours, that's another good solution. To get this, and then getting these $100, $50, $250 bond folks out of these beds. And the list shows you the number of days they've been in there. It's fascinating. So there are solutions. We need to look at everything. Central magistration won't do it by itself. And that was a good report, Sheriff. We need detention officers, and to hear that we have candidates and people are interviewing, that is a good report.
All right, any other comments or questions? All right, seeing none, we'll move to fiscal year 2024 budget issues. Are there any budget issues that anyone in the court wishes to bring up?
No, Judge, just a reminder, this is something that we're going to keep on the agenda until we pass the budget on September 19th, if there's any discussion that the court might want.
Okay. Next, we come to announcements and comments. Do we have any announcements or comments from the Commissioners Court? All right, seeing none, now we get to the public comment section. I have several people sign up to speak during public comments. The first I have is Robert Van. Following Mr. Van is Nan Terry.
Thank you. My name's Robert Van, obviously, and I live in Fort Worth, 76109. I'm a member of the Justice Network of Tarrant County, an organization formed by roughly 30 Tarrant County faith and secular organizations. My words today, however, are my own. August of 2021, the Fort Worth Weekly printed a long, detailed description of the brutality occurring in the Tarrant County Jail, a facility for which Sheriff Billy Wayburn, who was just up here, is responsible. The article describes prisoners, many of whom have been found guilty of no crime, and are jailed simply for the reason that they're poor, have psychological problems, or they're being routinely brutalized, beaten, sexually harassed, denied their required medical treatment or medications, and otherwise mistreated. What we've been hearing today so far. Such maltreatment was reportedly being perpetrated before this current sheriff in court, yet it allegedly goes on year after year, people dying, people being beaten nearly to death, people being robbed of any shred of dignity. If the Star-Telegram's reporting on the death of Robert Miller bears any truth, this court actually helped to mislead the public about what has and continues to take place at the jail. Such treatment, of course, doesn't happen to people with money or political pull. And you folks here this afternoon are under no threat from the sheriff. You are the people who can put a stop to what is happening in the jail, and it sounds like, listening to what's been going on here, that you're doing some things that are going to help. You have the power to correct this problem. And as I said, as I've been listening today, I think that a number of the things that you're doing, a number of things that you've been discussing are moving in that direction. So hopefully the one thing that I did have down here that you might do that I have not heard is that you could possibly pressure responsible authorities to hold the brutal jailers, those who are practicing this kind of brutality to account. Certainly it's not all of the jailers, certainly it's a percentage of them. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Following Ms. Terry is Geraldine Jackie Cox.
Sheila.
Okay. Following Ms. Cox, or following you, would be then Levon Cockrell.
Good day. I'm Nan Terry, resident of Tarrant County. As you know, I remain concerned about the inmate deaths in our county. I appreciate, Judge, your comments earlier about the steps you're taking with other officials to assist in this problem. And how to lie with statistics is always a question when you hear numbers. And I think we both agree that any death before its time is something we should try to avoid. Unfortunately, we had another inmate death since our last meeting. According to media reports, on August 1st, Jeriel Luane Jackson was booked into jail and placed on detox protocols. He was found unresponsive the following day, transported to the hospital where he died. I and others have spoken about the letter asking the Department of Justice to investigate the Tarrant County Jail. That DOJ letter lists several other deaths of inmates also on detox protocols. On November 4th, 2017, Billy LeRae Freeland died after detoxing from alcohol. I previously mentioned there was no custodial death report filed. On January 16th, 2019, Jennifer Lynn Espinosa, 37, was pronounced deceased after being found unresponsive in her cell. The custodial death report indicates she was on detox treatment protocol. On September 10th, 2021, Tyler J. Huffman, 38, was found dead in a cell. Jail staff believed Huffman was detoxing from unknown narcotics. On March 20th, 23, Heidi Ann Renee Gitz, 32, had a medical emergency. She was transported to the hospital where she died. The custodial death report indicates she exhibited medical problems and was housed under detox protocols. I don't know the age of Mr. Freeland, but having 4 inmates who died in their 30s, all on detox protocols, seems high. Detox protocol is dangerous, from what I've been told from medical professionals. Have you, as the judge and other county commissioners, asked for a review of the detox protocols? For nonviolent inmates needing detox, could a treatment facility be a better option? Do our jailers want to be responsible for inmates on detox protocols? Is the jail really the right place for these individuals? While we were seated today, the Forward Telegram reported another inmate died at the hospital today. I urge you to read the DOJ letter, and I urge you to act. Thank you.
Thank you. After Ms. Cockrell is Sharon Hines.
Judge O'Hara, I have 2 comments, 2 different times. Can I just stay here and do both of them, or do you want me to sit down?
Well, you get your 3 minutes to do it however you want to.
Well, I put in 2.
Yeah, you don't get 6 minutes. You get 3 minutes.
Okay, so I'll sit back down and you'll call me back?
You get 3 minutes once, so.
Then I'll do the one.
Are they 2 different issues?
Since it's 3:30, instead of the one about getting the park for free, I'll do the one about placing the public comment area higher on the agenda. I spoke at the Texas Commission for Jail Reform at the Capitol in Austin recently, and public comments were immediately after the pledges. If the state does it that way, I feel sure Governor Abbott would allow us to do that also. Moving public comments to agenda item 4 through 7 will allow citizens who care for children, grandchildren, or aging parents, or who took off work to speak, to return to their responsibilities. Elderly citizens who attend, who have issues sitting 4, 5, 6, and 7 hours waiting for public comment time, who miss their lunches, not that I couldn't do that, verges on the inhumane. If the court's plot is to outlast citizens, it has worked many, many times. Jackie has left. I watch people sit and finally leave, and it is unfair. And if a committee needs to be gathered to discuss this, I will gladly serve on that committee for free. So let's do what George Bush the first said, and let's create a kinder, gentler governing commissioner's court and move public comments up high. Thank you.
Thank you. Following Ms. Hines is Billy Wilson. Is Ms. Hines here?
She had to go.
Okay. Next up is Billy Wilson. Is Mr. Wilson here? Following Mr. Wilson is Julie Griffin.
First of all, thank you for allowing me to speak this evening. I would like to say this is my first time speaking at County Commissioner, and I appreciate your staff and how helpful they were to let me know what's going on. I appreciate that. Tarrant County in custody deaths. There is a problem in Tarrant County Jail. Darrell Wayne Jackson, Robert Miller, Joanne Lemons, Mr. Adrian Chavez, Georgia K. Baldwin, Jason LeVar Jackson, Heidi Ann Renee Gitz, George William Zink are just 8 of the people who have died in the Tarrant County Jail, 8 of the 54 in custody deaths in the past 5 years. There is a problem in Tarrant County Jail. Trust is a foundational block in safety. But how can we trust Fort Worth Police or Tarrant County with a motto that says to service with respect and dedicated to protect, or their oath that says that they will enforce the laws courteously, appropriately, without fear or favor, malice or ill will, and never employing unnecessary force or violence when people are actually dying in your custody? The time is now for transparency. The time is now for solutions. Sheriff Wayborn has expressed his concerns for the overcrowding in the jail, but we should be pursuing remedies, and I'm glad to hear that y'all are pursuing some of those remedies. But ideas just like sites and release for nonviolent offenders, proper placement of mental health interventions, and efficient adjudication of cases would go far in helping to alleviate the crowding and the need to spend $18 million to outsource our inmates. But we do not see you pursuing these steps. Instead, we see you seeking more funds for themselves. It is heartbreaking to hear the anguish in the mother's voice of Darrell Jackson as she recounts her encounter with our system. How her son entered jail on Monday at 4, and she's notified on Thursday of his death. And when she gets there, she gets contradictory information about her son's death, and still to this day does not truly understand what happened. I have people who in my family who have been justifiably detained, but when they come out of their experience in jail, it's hard for me to get them to focus on what they did wrong because they're so focused on what the jails are doing wrong. Do you realize the damage done when those charged with doing the right thing do the wrong thing and then are overlooked and justified by those who are in authority over them? This gives justification to countercultures which see doing wrong as the way that it just is. It builds distrust. We are happy to hear that you are discussing these solutions, but we have no confidence in the investigation of the Tarrant County Sheriff's Department or Texas Rangers. We request that the Department of Justice investigate the Tarrant County Jail to determine if deaths are due to patterns and practice of the Tarrant County Sheriff's Department. Going to jail is a punishment for your crimes. Being forced to live in unconstitutional living conditions, denial of medical attention, or losing your life are not. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all that I have signed up to speak. Are there any others in the audience that would like to speak? Yeah, you get your time. All right, please remain seated and silent while I read the following statement. The Commissioners Court will now recess the open session and proceed to closed session to discuss items exempt under sections 551, 071, 072, 074, 076, and 087 and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. We are recessed to go into executive session.
I guess. Now I don't have to be bothered.
Rushed up here. I know, that's
He's
what
in
I'm saying.
contempt.
First for everything.
Where's he at?
All right, we have no more. Are we back on? We back on?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, we have no more items, no items to discuss after a somewhat lengthy executive session, so I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
Second.
A motion and a second. Please cast your vote. Passes. We are adjourning by 5-0. All right, we are adjourned. Thank you for being here.